Recreation and trails, yeah.
Okay, good evening. Welcome to the August 10th, 2009 San Carlos City Council Redevelopment Agency meeting. And the first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and join me in that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hello, everybody. I always thought it was more of a big bopper.
I'm trying to get, I'm hoping, I keep waiting for that.
Glass it up.
Item number 2, changes to the order of agenda. Any changes? Folks, okay. Item number 3, report from closed session. Mr. Rubens?
No reportable items from closed session, Mr. Mayor.
Item number 4, council communications and announcements. Brief items from the members of the council regarding upcoming events, community correspondence they may have received, informational in nature. No action will be taken on these items at this meeting. Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ahmad?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Grocott? Mr. Royce?
Last chance, this next Friday, summer concerts. It'll be the 6th and final at Burden Park from 6 to 8 p.m. Live wires to band. So if you want a great community event, it's free. Bring the kids, bring the seniors.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Royce. I have nothing this evening to add to that. Number 5 is public comment. This would be persons wishing to address the city council on matters not on the posted agenda. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any item not on the posted agenda this evening? All right, thank you. Moving on. Item 6, approval of the consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action. Gentlemen, your motion for the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of consent calendar items 6A through G.
Second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember, can you just please read the title of the ordinance?
6B, adopt ordinance number 1409, amending San Carlos Municipal Code Section 10.32.225, restricted parking, employee parking program for businesses.
Thank you. Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Royce?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. All right, moving along. Item number 7, reports to council. Reports to council are updates on key city projects by city department heads and staff and city council subcommittees. They are informational in nature, and no action will be taken on these items at this meeting. So we have the reports in front of us in our packet. If there's any questions of Mr. Weiss on 7A, discussion of trail access to Pulgas Ridge Open Space Preserve from San Carlos Hills. Any questions? Okay, we'll move on to item B. We have a report improving communication to the public, a strategic plan update. Any questions or comments on that item?
Mr. Mayor, I would just want to add that the Twitter feed has been up and pretty successful. I've been enjoying following it and at least finding out what's been posted and how things are going. And if folks want to, if their email is getting a little spammed up, the Twitter feed is a nice way to find out what has been posted, what's going on in the city. So I encourage folks to take a look at it.
Time to tweet.
Darn right. I think we're the only city in San Mateo County who is using Twitter at this point.
Got to be able to
Or
get
at
an
least-
award for that.
Or at least some of us are using it.
You need a phone.
I need a lot of...
It's kind of cool. They have phones with no wires now.
Ooh,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
The earpiece and that
Yeah,
they
it's-
come together now.
It's kind of cool.
Did you guys get the... Great. Now I have 2 of you. I thought I only had 1. Item 8, this is the meat of the matter tonight, the thing that we're here
Mr. Mayor?
for, I think the most important part. Oh, excuse me.
We just wanted to double check and make sure that we didn't have anybody submit comments that wanted to speak on either of the
Oh,
prior
I'm
two
sorry.
items.
You know we did. I apologize. I apologize. That's my fault. I didn't look at that, and that's my fault. Sorry. Let's redo that. Replay. I do have some speaker slips here, and I'd like to have your comments or questions. Well, if there's questions, fine. If comments limited to 2 minutes. The first one I have is on 7A, Linda Ferguson. Sorry about that. I apologize. I thought all these were going to be on the general plan tonight. No.
Oh,
You would have been waited till 11 o'clock. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
So is this where I'm supposed to stand and speak to you? I haven't done this before.
Yes, thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay, my name is Linda Ferguson, and my husband and I have lived at our home on Best Court for over 20 years, and we all have concerns about access at Los Vientos, but I'm going to speak or address our concern of retaining privacy and safety that we enjoy. We live next door to the house where the entrance to the trail is being proposed. Our home backs the canyon, allowing us beautiful views and privacy. One of the reasons we bought our home. The trail system has brought many hikers that we see at a distance. We still have privacy, but our homes are much more visible now. If the gate at Los Vientos is open to the public and the trail system is extended to the street, the hikers are no longer in the distance. They are practically in our backyards. And what's to stop people from wandering behind our homes for additional views and places to hang out? Most people are courteous and respectful of private property, but some are not. There are safety and privacy issues with having the back of our homes open to the canyon, but now with the trail so close and a variety of people utilizing them, it just makes our homes more accessible and vulnerable. In any neighborhood, there can be criminal activity or areas that become teenage hangouts. We would like to avoid that happening and feel that providing access at Los Vientos could be inviting a variety of potentially negative issues. I don't want people hanging out behind my home without my permission or knowledge. This is something that will happen if this trail extends to Los Vientos. We cannot take that chance to appease the Trails Committee and local hikers, especially when there are alternatives and other ways to access the trail. I think we would be setting ourselves up for a variety of potentially unpleasant issues for the neighborhood. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. By the way, Mr. Long, is Mr. Long here? Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, Doug, I didn't see you back there. And Mr. Weiss, we're going to, whatever happens here, it's going to be coming back to us for approval or a full-blown discussion on this whole thing. Am I correct?
That's correct. There's many steps to be taken yet. As a matter of fact, we could discuss this at the retreat in terms of future actions over the next 6 months to further this project or not.
Okay, good. Ms. Ferguson, I just want to make sure that you know that just because we have a report doesn't mean it's, out the barn door and down the road already, and appreciate your comment, okay? I understand, and I appreciate that. We're going to need all that, but there will be more hearings on this, so. The next one I have is, I'm not sure whether it's 7A or 7B, Bob Johnson.
Yeah, I'm Bob Johnson, and I live at Los Vientos, a little bit off the road, but one of my main concerns is the inviting a lot of traffic in there will result in a lot of debris in the streets, and the city really needs to consider whether they're going to police the streets and whether they're going to actually provide police patrol up there, because now it's a pretty quiet street with not a lot of cars coming down there, and if you open it up, it's going to be a totally different world, I can tell you for sure. That's basically it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. The next speaker slip I have is for 7B, and that would be Henry Schreiber. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Schreiber. Come on up. Not a problem, don't worry. I already made one, so everybody gets
No
another.
item numbers on these two.
My name is Henry Schreiber, and I reside at 700 Best Court in San Carlos. And my property is the one immediately next to the site where the proposed gates to the Pulgas open space area would be located. I have concerns about the fact that the street at my driveway is 30 feet wide from curb to curb. If there's parking on both sides of the street, or even on one side of the street, It will be difficult for people to turn around, and people probably drive up my driveway to turn around, my driveway is located about 30 feet from the proposed gate. So I have some concerns about that. I have concerns about safety as well, because again, right now, my backyard is not very accessible from the trail system, because there is no direct way of approaching the back of my house from the trail without going up a very steep grade, and no one does it. The hikers who hike the trail stay on the trail. My concern is that this is not a trail extension of the St. Carlos Trail System or a connection, but it is a trailhead, a new trailhead which will be accessible by car only. There is currently a parking lot on Edmund Road, or off Edmund Road, which comes off of Crestview near Edgewood, which accommodates 23 cars and 7 other cars across the street of Edmund on the dirt lot. And I would think that access point, together with a bathroom located over there, would be sufficient to give access to the Pocos Ridge trail system. So I would I'm adamantly opposed to a gate being opened next to my property. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schreiber, thank you very much. Okay. Whether it's 7A or 7B, I'm not sure. Ivo Place? Is it 7A, sir? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll find out. Okay, thank you. Yes,
My
sir.
name is Ivo Plachi. I live a couple houses down street from the proposed gate. We lived there for over 20 years and had a chance to kind of observe how things were developing and changing. I'd like to address 2 points. One thing is that I have noticed, and I'm not the only one, our neighbors as well, that very often we see six-packs left at the end of Los Vientos, where people parked at night, smoked, made love, whatever, left filth behind them. And having a gate there is going to invite only more characters like that, and potentially go from there to the open trail, and for activities that are not necessarily hiking. So that's a safety concern, that's a cleanliness concern, and illegal activity concern as well. The other point I would like to make is that we have followed various proposals for getting access to the trail. One of them is from the end of Los Vientos. The other one that we are asking for is access from Crestview. Crestview is a much wider street. There is a turnout for cars where they can park, and it's a logical access from which you could get to the trail. One objective we heard is that the open space where the gate is belongs to San Francisco Public Utility Commission, and that they would require fence to make like a corridor to the gate to the trail. That seems to me kind of illogical proposal, because that open space is now accessible from Hallmark. If you are familiar with Hallmark Park, there is a gate to San Mateo College cross-country trail, and I have seen people jogging all the way from there and jumping over the gate at the top of Crestview. So I don't see any purpose of putting up fence and creating a corridor that would lead to the gate behind the Los Vientos gate. So what I am asking for is that we make solutions that make sense, rather than create something that perhaps meets some bureaucratic requirements, but kind of give bad name to government for city solutions.
Okay, thank you for your comments, sir. I've got a few more speaker slips. I have a feeling that they're all going to be speaking for 7A, but I'll read the names anyway. Milada Bilea, I assume you were 7A, okay?
My name is Milada Belaya, and I live on 175 Los Vientos Way. I am going to agree with all the previous speakers, and one more point I will make is that now, at the time of economical crisis, when people are worried about losing jobs and houses, when the state and the city budgets are already overwhelmed, when many parks could be closed because of the budget cuts, now is not the best time at all to pursue some projects that would cause more spending on the city budget. These projects, like connecting the trails, could wait for some other times, better times.
Thank you for your comments. Lorraine Schreiber?
Our house is right near the trailhead, and my concern is that sometimes you see cars that are parked and they party in the car, and some of them are smokers, and you see the butts that they throw on the sidewalk, and I'm afraid there could be a fire over there, and I'm afraid if you open up the trail, they would possibly smoke on the trail and party on the trail. And I really feel that it would not be a desirable thing to have that happen, because our house would definitely lose value if that happens, and we're afraid of our house, getting on fire and all the others around that area. And we've been very careful to make sure that we take a lot of grass in the backyard, have it mowed, and pull out bushes that could disturb and create a fire. So I wish that you would not even think about opening up that gate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Schreiber. I have two other speaker slips, and I'm not sure if these folks want to speak on this item. Yuri Shirenko, I assume you want to speak on 7A or 7B? Okay. We'll pass them along. Thank you so much. You have 2 minutes to speak, sir.
I know. So problem, the only person who lived in a really bad neighborhood. I lived in downtown Detroit for half a year. I know how good neighborhoods becomes bad neighborhoods. And one of the things which I would like to tell is kind of question integrity of report which is this trail committee has brought to you. This reminds me, I'm sorry, this in-your-face Soviet-style propaganda, because I'm originally from the Soviet Union. Our meeting started this way. Lady who claimed she's a PhD, I believe she's a PhD in statistics or something, told, I will explain you easily, your houses will increase in value, in price, because of when we open these gates. I've asked her to submit this information, she did. Actually, I have also a PhD in applied math and electrical engineering. So basically, this is not correct. Because if you compare property with the park adjacent and no park adjacent, yes, if you have adjacent park, of course, property will be valued more. However, if there is already park and open space there, and the only difference is the increase in traffic, this is a negative impact. So Exhibit 2 actually contains email from this lady with PhD in statistics, and my response with quote from Mark Twain that there are three kinds of lies, damn lies as statistics, right? And exhibit number 1, it's from our realtor. I believe he's #1 realtor in Belmont and adjacent area. If you go to Safeway on El Camino. You will see his face everywhere. And he states that this will increase traffic on Los Vientos Way, have negative impact on quiet enjoyment of the adjacent properties, potential for increased crime in this area. And he lives in Hallmark, where a lady was, basically killed like a few months ago, right? Also very similar area. Potential for reduced property values based on the above. And also, I attach Exhibit 3, that's the letter which we sent, my wife and me, to Trail Coordinator Mr. Davis a year ago when this issue has started. And unfortunately, we live in cul-de-sac area, and our kids with other kids from this cul-de-sac area, they just play hockey. We have like gays all the time. They play hockey all the time. All our neighbors know that they are playing. They are very quiet and so on. This is safety issue, and if this is about property value, is one thing is very important, but if it's safety issues, well, if it comes to that, I will have to probably defend my rights in the court of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. And the last speaker on this item is Oksana Cyrilenko. I apologize if I butcher the names.
So we recently moved to this area, and actually one thing which attracted us into that house, we live in cul-de-sac in Bestcourt, that it would be absolutely a perfect spot for kids, because cul-de-sac is pretty safe and backyard is safe, and this is kind of nice and kind of area with low traffic and everything. And so we have kids 7 and 8 years old, and they used to go outside or play with their neighbors, and we have very friendly cul-de-sac neighbors, and now they're kind of feeling that it will change dramatically their life and our quality of life. Because first of all, it will be kind of parking lot on a Los Vientos Way and turnaround area in Bestcourt, exactly in the spot where our children is playing right now. So I think it will dramatically impact kind of safety our kids and our quality of life as well. And also another reason, it's the open gate. It's kind of will cause some some picnic area, potential picnic area. Some teens would come, some random people would come and probably kind of hang around there, and it will decrease the safety of our kids because we will have no idea who, whatever will come to that kind of secluded and kind of private spot. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we have a couple more speakers. Boris, I apologize, Brushton?
Hi, my name is Boris Aronstam, and I live at Los Vientos. And I may not have PhD in mathematics, but I know a lot about hiking because probably I hiked all the trails in Bay Area and around. And for example, take a look at Crestview Park. At Saturday, Sunday day, you cannot park there a car there because all parking lot is full, and they have very big parking lot, and Crestview, like 100 yards both ways, completely full. So the park what we have is quality-wise at least as good as Crestview Park, so it becomes as popular as Crestview Park. So I don't see any way how cars can be parked on Los Vientos. Just there is no room, and now there is no place for cars to turn. Crestview is a different situation. There is a lot of space for parking. Now, if someone thinks about putting special signs on Los Vientos and Bestcourt, no stopping, no parking, it completely changes dynamic of a neighborhood and aesthetics of neighborhood. Instead of having like open, nice neighborhood, now we have like a prison neighborhood with all those bad signs. And we also need to put some kind of signs, neighborhood watch and other bad, not interesting signs. So I think it's completely inappropriate to allow entry to the park from Los Vientos.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next speaker is Lois Wang. Not sure if I said that right, hopefully.
Hi, I'm Lois Huang. I live on 705 Bestcourt. I've lived there for 20 years, and I've enjoyed the peace and the sense of security it gives me. And once the gate is opened, it's going to invite a lot of traffic in that area. And I'm living in my home by myself with a Doberman, and I'm really worried about the security due to the excessive exposure and then the fear of it might invite undesirable traffic in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, this is just a report. It's a preliminary report. We're going to have full public hearings. I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Obviously, to me, it's very comforting that people actually read the agenda and know what's coming up. And please tell your neighbors, honestly, because we want to have input from everybody in the neighborhood up there when we talk about this. So thank you all for coming. And when we come up for this, we will consider it with good order. Okay. Moving on. Now we'll move on to item 8.
Nobody wants to talk about Twitter?
No, nobody wants to talk about Twitter. Item 8, study session, presentation of the City of San Carlos General Plan 2030, including general plan, housing element, climate action plan, and environmental impact report. Mr. Savay, how are you tonight?
Good. Thank you
Good.
very much. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the release of the general plan update documents follows nearly 2 years of work by a wide range of people from all walks of life, both inside and outside our city, and it's been quite a journey so far, and we enter into another critical stage of the update process. The general plan is a statement of our hopes and our values and expectations for a better life here in the city of San Carlos. And Mark Twain once said, if you want to know the future, plan it. And that's precisely what we're doing here tonight. Whether it's referred to as a blueprint or a constitution or a roadmap, the general plan is intended to guide land use and development policy and programs along with our community's values and a vision for the future. And this plan, I think, represents the next 20 years of the next 100 years of San Carlos's life. And through the process, I've often reflected on how to put this 20-year plan into perspective. And one thing that stuck with me is the youth that's provided input in crafting this document through their Youth Advisory Council are in their early and mid-teens, and they'll be in their early to mid-30s by the time this document is ready to be updated. My own kids, who are going to be 4 and 5 this summer, are going to be in their mid-20s by the time this document is ready to be updated. So it kind of puts things in perspective. While state law requires that we adhere to certain issues, the draft general plan reflects our unique character and assets in our community. And this is where we live and breathe, and one of the goals of this general plan has been to have this document have some life to it and reflect the lives of the people who work and live here in San Carlos. And this illustration is an illustration of the process. We kicked it off back in October 2007. As you can see, we went through a number of different steps in this process, and we've reached, boy, something's happening here. It keeps flipping back and forth. We've got our draft EIR and our draft general plan put together for you, and now we're entering the public review stage of the process. And hopefully we'll get it to you in October for adoption. And so that's just an overview of the overall process. In terms of the decision-making framework, the City Council has final decision-making authority on the plan. And I think what's happening, Steve, there's a mouse over there in front of my, there it is. I think that might be creating a problem here. See? So anyway, in terms of the decision-making framework, the City Council has final decision-making authority on the plan. The General Plan Advisory Committee was put together to represent a broad range of interests in the city, and they are advisory to the Planning Commission. They've made a recommendation to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, by state law, is the authority, the advisory authority to the City Council. Will be making a formal recommendation to the City Council. And public involvement and collaboration has been involved throughout the process, and city staff and the consultants are working in an advisory and a management role. In terms of the study session purpose tonight, we're not looking for any final decisions to be made tonight. We're trying to get you acquainted with the material, get a sense of any issues or concerns that you have as a council before you get into the public hearing phase. And staff and the consultants are here to help guide you through all this information that you've received. I'd like to make a couple of introductions before we go any further. Steve Nowak is principal with Design, Community, and Environment. He's representing us on, and he's our consultant on the draft general plan and the environmental impact report. We have Michael McCormick here, who is with Pacific Municipal Consultants. He's our consultant on the climate action plan. And we have a number of other staff here, as you can see, from different departments and divisions in the city to help field any questions as they arise. Now, due to the scale of this project, we've organized this into sections, starting with this update overview that I'm giving now. And what we would suggest is that we, right after my overview, we roll it into a presentation by Mr. McCormick about the climate action plan and a summary of that plan, and then right into questions and answers on that. We would suggest that you complete that discussion. Then we'll move into the housing element as well, and we'll have Mark Sawicki, our Economic Development and Housing Manager, make a brief presentation about that, get into Q&A about that, and then following that, go into each of the land use, or each of the elements, starting with the land use element in numerical order, and going through the document. And what I'll do is I'll provide a very brief introduction to each of those elements as we move through them. This is the general plan update process next steps, and as you can see, we've got a few more meetings scheduled here. We've had a couple of Planning Commission study session meetings back in July, and we were charged with getting this done in 2 years, and right at the end of October is when that 2-year period will be concluding. The Planning Commission, their comments and suggestions have been forwarded to you in the documents that you received as part of the staff report. And if you need an additional study session, we may be able to accommodate that in the meetings in September, or we may need to schedule a separate special meeting. As you can see there, we have a couple of public hearings scheduled for you in October. You may or may not need both of those public hearings.
Mr. Survey,
Yes.
I'd be picky, but either the 13th or the 26th is wrong, or is there a holiday in there I'm missing?
There is a holiday, I think it's on the 12th, though.
Okay, fine. That's why it's a
Yeah,
Tuesday.
it's
Tuesday the 13th.
That's right. It's an
Monday the
unusual
26th. No problem. I just
That's
thought I'd
correct.
ask.
The cornerstone of this plan has been community involvement and a collaborative community effort. And there have been literally hundreds of participants in this process and dozens of meetings and hundreds of hours of debate and dialogue on this project. And when this project is complete, we will have had over 70 meetings on the update. GPAC alone has had 26 meetings, and that's not counting the 20 subcommittee meetings they've had on a number of different issues and subjects. Throughout the public dialogue on this, we noticed some trends that were emerging in terms of some of the ideas, and they were community character, climate, health, sustainability, and connectivity, and I think that all these themes are reflected in the document. Following formation of the General Plan Advisory Committee, a number of documents were prepared at various stages of the process to help the community and help the committees and commissions understand the information and the process. And an existing conditions briefing book was prepared to take a snapshot of our community. And later, a public forum series was put together where we invited experts from various fields to come here from other agencies and other areas of expertise to talk to our General Plan Advisory Committee in our community. A land use alternatives workbook was also prepared as part of the public forum on the land use alternatives, so that helped us prepare alternatives and look at those alternatives. And an extensive online general plan update library was prepared as well, and this has document links to a number of document and reference materials I think that will be valuable to our city and other cities in the years to come. So there's 4 documents to the update. There's the general plan, there's the housing element, the climate action plan, and the draft general plan. And the general plan, as I noted, is good for 20 years. It goes to the year 2030. However, state law says that we need to update our housing element every 5 years. The CAP is also intended to be a standalone document that's updated every 5 years, and this is because we have emerging state and federal and regional legislation that's coming up, and it also gives us an opportunity to go back and look at these documents and make adjustments as necessary. And then the draft EIR looks at the potential environmental impacts of all these documents as required by the California Environmental Quality Act. Now, the General Plan Advisory Committee at their last meeting voted 11-0 to recommend that the Planning Commission approve the General Plan housing element and the Climate Action Plan. State law requires that cities have some key elements such as a land use plan and a conservation and open space element. However, state law also gives us some flexibility on how we handle and address these requirements. And we have two new elements as part of our general plan update. We have the environmental management element and a parks and recreation element since the 1992 update. The circulation element was last updated in 2005 and 2008, so it was not significantly updated as part of this plan. But we did need to make some modifications to ensure there was some consistency within the document and that it accurately reflects the build-out numbers that we have in the document. And I'm going to touch on the structure of these elements in just a moment. You know, in terms of development potential, these numbers show the build-out numbers for the general plan, and these were developed a lot based on our land use map. And I'm not going to talk about the land use map right now. I'll talk about that when we get into the land use element. But this land use map provided us with a template to determine the potential build-out and growth of our city as it would be for land use in the next 20 years. And these number reflects also some assumptions about density, about land use patterns, and about economic forces. On the residential side up there, you'll see that the majority of new development is likely to occur in infill parcels along the El Camino Real and Old County Road corridors and in downtown as well. On the commercial side, particularly in the areas of office and industrial, most of the growth would occur on the east side, with some commercial, retail, and office growth to be focused along El Camino Real corridor and in the downtown as well. And the environmental impact report looks at all the potential impacts of these development potentials. In terms of the elements, each of the elements has background information explaining what it is, but each element is also structured to contain guiding principles, goals, policies, and actions. And the guiding principle is really a touchstone that we continue to go back to, leading to the direction and creation of all the other ideas within each of the elements. The goal is a description of the desired outcome we wanted to achieve or you want to achieve on a particular issue. And there can be several of these goals per element, as I think you have seen in reading the document. Policies are a statement that guides the decision-making and sets forth specific standards for land use development and decision-making processes. And actions are the programs and implementation measures that help achieve the specific policies that we have here. And they require typically some other mechanism like the updating of an ordinance. This is the toolbox that you see on the screen really for each element. And this is where the rubber meets the road in terms of guidance for land use decisions and programs in the city. The guiding principles, goals, policies, and actions are perhaps the most critical part of each of these elements. And these are pieces that get implemented on a day-to-day and a year-to-year basis. And each element is organized to contain this format with its own set of guiding principles, goals, policies, and actions. And the graphic boxes that you see here, these little green graphic boxes that you see here, denote a synergy with the Climate Action Plan. And that's because by state law, we're required to deal with greenhouse gas emissions in our general plan. And so this shows a real nexus between the Climate Action Plan and the general plan. And that concludes my opening remarks. So what I'd like to do now is turn it over to Michael McCormick. He's going to run through the Climate Action Plan, and then we'll move on from there.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Michael McCormick with PMC. I'm going to go through about 16 different slides here talking about the Climate Action Plan. I wanted to briefly touch on the collaborative effort that took place here at the city with city staff and the General Plan Advisory Committee subcommittee for the Climate Action Plan. We went through 3 different versions of the greenhouse gas emissions inventory and 6 different versions of the Climate Action Plan over the past year. And this is a large, this has a lot to do with the way the timeline laid over a lot of the state regulatory guidance that was coming out. So for example, the AB 32 scoping plan came out in the middle of the process, and so it was something we had to address. And other guidance came out along with the frequently asked questions from the Attorney General's office on how to deal with climate change in your general plan documents. So we amended the Climate Action Plan to update based on those guiding documents. So basically I'm going to go through the current San Carlos efforts to address climate change, talk about the updated greenhouse gas inventory and forecast, the 2020 and 2030 Climate Action Plan reduction goals, the adaptation measures that we've also included, and the integration process between the general plan and general plan EIR. So we could have a whole presentation on what the city's currently doing to address climate change and sustainability efforts. Many of them are listed here, including membership in regional agencies to help collaborate on this effort. Really, what we've come to understand over the past couple of years is that climate change, being the topic that it is really, it's really important to collaborate with not only your neighboring jurisdictions, but also with regional agencies that have control or at least discussions regarding overall regional impacts. The baseline inventory and climate action plan used what's called the ICLEI 5 milestone process. ICLEI is an organization called Local Governments for Sustainability. They were formerly known as International Council of Local Environmental Initiatives, which is why that acronym is still there. Originally established by the United Nations. But in 2008, the city adopted the San Carlos Climate Protection Letter, which started the process of completing a climate action plan. So the first step was really to inventory the emissions, to take a baseline inventory, understand where the city was. The second is to establish the emission reduction target. The city's Climate Action Plan subcommittee of the GPAC established a 15% reduction goal from 2005 by 2020. And the AB 32 scoping plan came out and made the same suggestion that that would be an appropriate number. So we continued through the process with that reduction goal in mind. Milestone 3, which was development of the Climate Action Plan. This is the other document that you have in front of you. 4 is implementing the Climate Action Plan, which of course is the next phase in the process. It's going to look at some of the materials in the municipal code, in the zoning code, the way the city operates. And a lot of this is going to be coordinated with the general plan. It's one of the really cost-saving ways that this has been moving forward in the process. Since the Climate Action Plan has been completed in coordination with the general plan, a lot of the general plan implementation and Climate Action Plan are going to overlap with each other. One of the things that we did is the ICLEI software and methodology was meant to be an internationally based software platform. Some of it was modified for national use, but we found that California really has so much data available and so much research available and tools freely available through EPA, CEC, and the Air Resources Board that we really needed to use these additional tools to fill in the gaps where the analysis really fell short using the basic ICLEI software programs. So we augmented that with case studies and our own original research specific to San Carlos to make sure that we covered most of the bases. Granted, greenhouse gases are inherently difficult to track, and so there will be underreporting associated with the greenhouse gases for the community. But as time goes on, the inventory methodologies and the data sources will improve with time. It's one of the reasons why we have the 5-year update cycle included in the Climate Action Plan process. So this is the number for 2005, 267,237 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Much of this is from transportation-related emissions. 4.8% is from waste. It's important to note that since there is no landfill within San Carlos, that 4.8% is really just from 1 year's worth of waste. It doesn't factor in the emissions associated with waste in place, meaning the emissions coming from an existing landfill that's been there for decades. Residential is 18.4%, and commercial industrial is 20.4%. In that commercial and industrial are also the municipal operational emissions. And the draft municipal operations inventory is now out for the city to take a look at. And so that actually factors into this. So this number reflects that number, even though it's not disaggregated. The 20 and 2030 emissions forecast is really important to establish baselines with AB 32 and with build out of the general plan. On March 17th of this year, the Attorney General's office released guidance regarding general plan issues related to climate change. And one of the things that they really stressed was that build out of the general plan needed to be considered when doing the inventory and the climate action plan. So if you may remember the last time we were here, we were talking about a 2020 target. So we went back and analyzed it based on the 2030 build out scenarios and modified the model to make sure that we could look at the additional emissions related to commercial, industrial, and municipal operations. As you can see, the percent change from 2005 to 2020 and then up to 2030 is really substantial when it comes to commercial and industrial emissions. And this is a direct result of the way the general plan is promoting this jobs housing balance and creating new opportunities for commercial and industrial growth within the community. So climate action plans generally look at the major sources of greenhouse gases in the community. At least with this program, it's a community action plan. So we're looking at community emissions rather than municipal specific emissions. The greenhouse gas reduction measures typically include three major categories: transportation and land use, which are inherently linked together, energy, and solid waste. We've also included adaptation measures. Last week, the California Adaptation Strategy was released in its draft form. One of its primary recommendations was to address adaptation programming through the general plan and through general plan documentation. We had anticipated that a while ago, so that is already included in the climate action plan. So no need for seventh iteration. And then lastly, an implementation plan to discuss where changes would need to take place. And again, I wanted to emphasize that this taking place along with the general plan process really makes it a much more efficient process because you'll already be opening up the zoning code and municipal code to make updates. The San Carlos specific approach incorporates the general plan EIR, and the climate action plan together. So the CAP is actually serving as a component of the general plan and general plan EIR. So we're looking at mitigation for climate change, mitigation from climate change through the adaptation strategies, but then also identifying a threshold of significance for all future projects coming through. So when you're dealing with climate change at a programmatic level, future projects will be able to tier off of this programmatic document and not rely on their own independent analysis. They'll be able to utilize the community-wide analysis as a basis for their discussion in the environmental documents that come later down the road. Implementation and the 5-year update process, which is re-inventorying the emissions, re-evaluating your reduction target based on what the state direction is and what the industry standard is at that time and the city's own policies. And then also updating reduction and adaptation measures. It's still the Wild West when it comes to reducing greenhouse gases. And what we're looking at is substantial increases in understanding of how things work over the next couple of years. And we'll notice that some measures have a much larger impact than others, and maybe some are completely ineffective. So in 5 years, when you take that next snapshot, we'll be able to understand which ones we need to replace or tweak or modify to make sure that they're effective by the 2020 and 2030 build-out timelines. The Climate Action Plan Subcommittee came up with a strategic policy focus based on the emissions for the community. One was building efficiency and site design, really emphasizing good design so that you're building up front to reduce emissions rather than taking it at the back end through mitigation through environmental documents. Second was auto emission reduction. Again, that goes back to land use, but it also goes back to incentivizing alternative transportation and more efficient utilization of your vehicles. Number 3 was low carbon energy use, and this is a direct parallel to the low carbon fuel standard and the AB 32 scoping plan. Number 4 is alternative non-automotive travel modes. So primarily bicycle and pedestrian. There's a number of emission reduction measures in here to incentivize, promote, and make it a lot easier for people to walk and bicycle throughout the community. And then lastly, a waste reduction program targeting a zero waste goal. But in this case, the goal is to increase diversion by 1% a year every year through the lifetime of this plan, which is substantial, but that's also in line with some of the goals of the state. So this is a little bit more complicated chart on really how it all breaks down. A lot of the programs that are taking place at the state level are having significant reductions in emissions, and these are outlined in 4, 5, 6, and 7. Title 24 is the interesting one because that's looking at a zero net energy residential structures by 2020 and zero net energy commercial structures by 2030. And this is something that they are anticipating going into effect. And that's really going to have some substantial emission reductions. With San Carlos, you have a very built-out community and a lot of existing housing stock. So it's important to look at some of that existing housing stock for energy reductions as well. So that's one of the things that was targeted through number 1. Some of the other things through the state, the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which looks at a 33% reduction in energy or 33% alternative energy mix in your energy stream through PG&E by 2020. PAVLI 1 and 2, which is the efficiency standards for cars, light trucks and cars. Low carbon fuel standard, which is reducing the content of the carbon and increasing the cleanliness in which the fuel burns. All of these have emission reductions, and the city's emission reductions on top of those get to those AB 32 scoping plan goals by 2020, and then a 35% reduction by 2030, which is in line with some of the other states' goals for Governor's Orders S305, which establishes reduction goals for 2050. So this is just it in graphical form. So in 2020, if you look all the way over to phase 1, you notice it starts at 2005. The baseline inventory is a 2005 inventory. So any programs that have been implemented or have been successful since then, we accounted for those in the Climate Action Plan. The baseline is really the starting point that, at which time any programs that are implemented after that really should be taking credit for those at the local government level. If you notice the second line, which indicates 14.3% below 2005, these are state initiatives, the emissions associated with state initiatives. So you can tell that there's a large chunk of the emission reductions are associated with state initiatives. And the curvilinear trend on that reflects the timeline of implementation for those state programs. The city programs are being implemented at a faster pace, and so you'll see a much more substantial decrease in emissions at a faster pace than the state emission reduction programs alone. That takes us to the phasing program. Phase 1, 2005 to 2010, these are already in process, initiated or completed. As I outlined in that first slide, there's a lot of programs in place within the city. Phase 2, 2010 to 2015, there's a number of Climate Action Plan reduction measures included there. These are primarily low-hanging fruit, so to speak, things that are relatively straightforward and easy to implement. And the more challenging ones come post-2015, which really bring together all the existing programs within the city to really create some substantial emission reductions. One of the things I wanted to touch on briefly were the adaptation measures. With the release of the California Adaptation Strategy last week, there's an imperative to look at some of these vulnerabilities within the general plan. So there isn't a vulnerability assessment. That is one of the implementation line items within the Climate Action Plan. The Adaptation Strategy does recommend that. Cooperating with the Bay Conservation Development Commission is also going to be really important as they move forward region-wide throughout the Bay Area, looking at sea level rise and some of the issues related to that. And as you can see on the map over here, BCDC released a report about a month and a half ago outlining the scenarios for sea level rise if no armaments took place and no regional coordination took place. And it's a pretty rough estimate, but as you can tell, much of what's east of Highway 101 is projected to be underwater at least once a year by 2050, and that's a 16-inch sea level rise. And by 2100, which is the 55-inch sea level rise estimate, it goes up closer to 82 El Camino Real. So there is somewhat of a level of urgency outlined in the California Adaptation Strategy to be proactive about addressing some of these issues. Luckily, in the Bay Area, we have a lot of regional coordination, and a lot of your neighbors are also thinking about this at the same time. Another item I wanted to talk about, because there are substantial cost implications with some of these measures in here, there are numerous funding opportunities right now through the state and through the federal government that are currently available and that are moving forward. There's also regional funding opportunities. The Climate Action Plan itself and the integration process into the general plan was funded through a Bay Area Air Quality Management District grant. And it really brings to light some of the balances of costs and benefits of looking at emissions reductions. So looking at your municipal inventory and your reduction scenarios for your municipal activities, that's really a cost-saving activity for the city government. And then when you're looking at community activities, that's really an expenditure cost for the city government. So once you've established all those cost savings that'll come from municipal operations, then it'll really be a balance in the cost outlay versus the cost income. And then also back again, the coordination with general plan related updates. So that is my formal presentation I have this evening, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCormick. Questions for Mr. McCormick? Comments?
Sure.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah. There was, at some point, are we going to have a discussion about option 1 versus option 2? That was in the staff report. Is that going to sort of wind up? Isn't that an element of the Climate Action Plan and two options for us to discuss tonight?
That's correct, through the chair. There's two options. Option 1 is to go with the Uniform Building Code, which is they're calling it a new green building code, which will be implemented, I believe, next January. And there's a draft out now, and so it's a more of a green building code. And also, the County Association of Governments is also putting together a program with the county to come up with a regional green building ordinance, a model ordinance that our city could also get involved with as well. So that's option 1, is to go with what the state's doing. They're coming down with this new green building ordinance, and then we can get on board with the CCAG, perhaps their green building ordinance as well. The second option would be to create our own very unique and specific green building ordinance for the city of San Carlos. It's a more costly option. It would require staff time and consultant costs to do that. Option 1 gets us to where we want to go in terms of getting to the bottom line and meeting our requirements that Michael talked about. Option 2 gets us more of a reduction, a fairly significant number more, and on a year-over-year basis. So over time, it would be a significantly more of a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So those are the two options on the table. At this time, option one was recommended by the General Plan Advisory Subcommittee and GPAC.
So if I'm not mistaken, then what's buried, not buried, I don't mean that pejoratively, what's in the document is reduction measure 9 is the implementation of option 2, which could start in the years 2010 to 2015. Is that correct? I just want to be sure I'm reading this correct. It's the
It should be option
measure 9
1,
on
which are in the strategies, the first 23 strategies in the executive summary of the
right.
document.
Executive summary, page 9.
Yeah, that assumes option 1, not option 2. But in
That
the
is option
document,
1?
yes. But if you read inside the document, it analyzes both option
Yes.
1 and option 2.
Okay.
So it kind of shows you the differences between those, but actually in the executive summary, those 23 measures that are being recommended assumes option 1.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. And I'll leave it to the chair, the format of that discussion later. I thought it might come up with the presentation, so I just want to get some clarity there. And by the way, congratulate, I just, from this vantage point, I just want to, incredible amount of work across the board. It's really great work, and I know it's been a combination of staff, consultants, public, everything. So it's very impressive, and I just want to thank everybody for their effort involved in this stuff. A couple of quick notes, and I'll try to pass along so we can all get in the discussion quickly. I just noticed a couple of the reduction measures that I think are reserved for years. I think they're years a little bit farther out. Maybe it's 2010 through 2015 that we can go to. Right, one of the options, 14 on page 10 in the executive summary, encourage tree planting. I don't know why we couldn't do that next week. I know that there's some costs involved, but I mean, there's some of these things that I think are beyond low-hanging fruit. I guess if I had to sort of posit an overall concern is, it's sort of what my dad used to say is, it looks like you're waiting to do all the tough work, next week. And so I worry just a little bit about some of the comfort that's built into, what's effectively a 21-year plan, and it being backloaded with a lot of the heavy lifting as far as issues of feasibility, both economically and then just tough things for a political body and a city to work through with any expediency, because expediency and government don't normally go together. So it's just kind of a broader concern. So I think maybe we can talk about some of those things that are backloaded and so forth. Now, just to back up a little bit more detail and a couple questions. On page 5, we talk about the provide shuttle service. And I believe that's let me see, sorry, just to back up real quick. On the transportation land use reduction measures, and it's, on executive summary, page 5, it says, provide for shuttle service connecting areas not adequately served by public transit. And as much as I absolutely support that idea, putting in sort of the word provide, which we'll talk about on a couple different items tonight, from my perspective, is a commitment. And I know that it's a difficult thing to fund. There's a lot of funding complexities based on different available public monies. Certainly we have a history with this. And so I guess I'm curious to know, when embedded in a general plan document, or in this case something that's connected to the general plan, does provide me absolutely provide?
Well, it's part of the emission reduction scenarios is to provide that service, so yes.
And through the chair, I think our Public Works Director can provide more, shed more light in terms of on the funding.
Yeah, I think a couple of issues that are going to come up tonight, at least, again, for me, is without known funding mechanisms, and also, sort of public support, how do we put teeth in these some of the different elements here? For me, there's the difference between a goal and a policy. A policy starts to become something that's an absolute implementation, and it means that we're committing to that. A goal with, and an action to start, to look into the feasibility or find funding by X date or something like that. It's just, what's the plan and organization behind something when we have a concrete provision in the general plan? And so it's hard for me to, in certain cases, say, as much as I believe in this, to commit to it without knowing some of those funding mechanisms up front, especially when they're big ticket items. So that's just a concern I have as we ponder together as a body.
And through the chair, actually, this is one of the reasons why we've actually included the 5-year update process. Is if we've defined that their emission reduction measure is not feasible, then you have the capability to replace that at a later date. As long as your emission reductions are taking place at the anticipated timeline, it should be okay. So there's some flexibility built into the document to allow a couple of years here, a couple of years there, or to modify the programs to change the emission reduction measures over time.
All right, it comes out to me as trying to define what provide means and what we commit to as a group. So maybe we can have a general discussion about that later, but I'd like to, I don't want to take all the time now, but I feel like for me to support things that say provide, I need to know exactly what we're signing up for, because it's a commitment to the public. And people, exactly what we've lacked in the general plan, and why I'm so excited about the general plan, is it's been a document that's just sort of sat on the shelf and nobody's ever looked at, and we're being proactive about it. So I just want to make sure that we're making commitments and we're defining those commitments. Let me see. I think the other question I have is the implementation of the coordinator, which I'm not sure where I saw as an implementation measure, but I did read it in executive summary, page 8. Is that also, do we have that as an implementation measure? Sorry, let me find it here. Again, most of this stuff for me, it's like commitment, cost, feasibility, and for me, I want to know where we stand on those things. So is there a implementation for that, a commitment date for that? When it talks about a sustainability coordinator among city staff as part of the adaption element of this plan, when would that take place?
There's not a defined implementation date, but it's understood that if this is to be a successful document, you would need to have some point person located within the staff. So it's not necessarily a dedicated staff member. It could be a partial FTE or full-time equivalent. It depends on the amount of time it actually takes to manage implementation.
Okay. And I think I found the other information I asked earlier. The shuttle service is about a 10%, was it 1,800, 1,900 metric tons per year? Is that what the?
Yeah, 1,733.
Okay, so about a 10%. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Grocott?
Well, first I want to echo on what Mr. Lewis was talking about, because I tend to agree. I think it's pretty hard to make a commitment to something of that nature, and especially given the history. You know, we used to have a program with a shuttle service, and that had to go away because of the high cost of it. And then even more recently, Samtrans is, they're not adding bus routes, they're taking them away. And most importantly to us, we used to have one that went up into I think Britain or Melody, one of those. Bob, do you know, is that Britain or Melody there? Britain. And then came back down. And so that was useful to the folks that lived up in the hills, and that's gone. In addition to, more recently, other routes that are being taken away. So I'm shy about putting in things that what we're seeing, at least these days, we're not going there, and we don't have the money for it, and it's questionable whether we have the ability to tax folks in order to have the money to do it. So, and I wanted to point out, I don't know where it is, I just know it was in the document someplace when I read it, and there's a plethora of material here that we had to go through. Something about a quarter to a half mile to have a transportation route, public transportation route within a quarter to a half mile of every residence in San Carlos. And I thought that was also overcommitting, if nothing else. But I guess we can talk about that later. It's not really a question for you, but I just wanted to tag on to what Mr. Lewis said. I wanted to ask about a couple of things, just 2 items really, I think, so far. And just so you know, one thing I would love to ask, but I don't think we have the time for, is to get into this science of how you come up with these numbers. It's really, I feel uncomfortable making any decisions on these kinds of things under 2 conditions. One, I've stated this from the dais before, I'm not so convinced about the whole science of global warming, climate change, and so forth. I've read books. I brought one tonight. I'm not going to display it, but I brought it because I thought about it, and I was reading it when I was reading this material and cross-referencing, and I using some website material as well. But I'm not sold on the whole concept, and so I'd love to, I don't think we have the time for it, but it'd be interesting to sit down and go through some of the statements that are made in here about global warming or climate change and so forth and so on. I'll just leave it that I'm not buying all the science. On page 10 of the executive summary, there's a couple of things I wanted to ask about. Items 15 and 16, if you could give a little bit more explanation on what's meant here. Address and minimize vegetation that degrades access along public right-of-way. Can you explain what that means and how that has any impact on CO2 emissions?
It's basically a vegetation management program for sidewalks and pedestrian walkways. In discussing with city staff some of the challenges of moving people about the city, that was one of the issues that came up, is that there are some restrained walkways throughout the city, and additional management of that vegetation would help people be able to walk. Instead of walking in the roadway, they'd actually be able to walk on the sidewalk.
Could we add to that language about, I know it's something that our Public Works Director is aware of, add to that language that deals with public utilities and, you know, utility poles and so forth, to have a goal out there that sometime in the future we're going to have clear sidewalks. Because now when you walk down a sidewalk, I can think of this condition you're talking about right here that we're going to try and address, I think, with Safe Routes to School, which is San Carlos Avenue. If you're trying to go from downtown to Arundel or anywhere along there, you're either running into vegetation, as you mentioned here, but also utility poles, light standards, signage, things like that that take what's supposed to be a 3 or 4 foot wide sidewalk and narrow it down to 2 feet. So I agree with this goal. I think it needs to be broadened, though, to other measures. So thank you for the explanation. And then below that is item 17, price on-street parking in high-traffic areas in order to alleviate congestion, increase motorist convenience, reduce VMT, and create new revenue to the city. I don't know of a place in San Carlos where this necessarily applies. The only place I could think of possibly is Holly Street, and we're looking at other measures for that. Can you tell me where this might be applicable?
There is we created some assumptions in the climate action plan in order to analyze how many emission reductions may come from creating this emission reduction measure. I apologize, I cannot find it.
Also, while Mr. McCormick is looking for that information, there was a parking study done in 1999 for our downtown area that analyzed parking, pay for parking or metered parking in our downtown, and it analyzed the various ways that the city could get revenues from various parking styles in the downtown. That mean, what I'm talking about is like metered parking or charging for parking structures. And at that time, they estimated that we had about 1,000 existing surface parking spaces, and then they projected another 300 structured spaces into the future as our needs. And they said that if you were to charge for this parking, you could yield a gross revenue of about $450,000 to $900,000 annually. So the idea is to look at metered parking in locations in your downtown. So that's the intent of that.
So,
idea.
Mr. Mayor, can we flag that one to discuss as a council? I'd like to hear some discussion on that. Not, we're doing questions right
No, I
now, but I'd
understand,
like to
yeah.
come back to that one.
Well, yeah, I already have my idea on that, so it's not going anywhere. But anyway, that's another story.
Okay, good. All right, so could we flag that for discussion?
Sure.
Sure,
Sure.
thank you. I don't know if we need to discuss 15. I threw out the idea about utilities and so
Yeah,
forth.
no, I
but-
think what we're trying to do is just get ideas right now. We're not making any decisions.
Right,
We're just trying
right.
to throw out
And,
ideas.
well, right now, I'm just trying to ask questions to
Sure.
understand that.
You have
So
the
that's
floor?
it for me.
That's it?
That's it.
Mr. Ahmad.
Mr. Mayor, had a good conversation with Mr. Mora and Mr. Savay before this. There's a strange phase in the moon when Mr. Grocott and I will agree on a point that I have some challenges with the way this science was put together. Not with regard to climate change or anything else, but the mechanics by which this inventory was put together, what was put in and what was put out. This study, Mr. Mayor, from my perspective, is very AB 32 centric. From the perspective of what public policy is coming down the street, AB 32 is sort of the lowest bar we could possibly clear. I didn't print out the whole bill because it's 1,400 pages, but this is HR 2454. So this is the known as the Waxman-Markey bill going into the Boxer-Bingaman bill. I'm going to read one sentence here because it displays directly in something here. Phases and prohibitions covering against covered entities, including industrial stationary sources, etc., fugitive emissions, requires covered entities to demonstrate compliance through, 1, holding emissions allowances, including international emission or compensatory allowances, at least as great as the attributable emissions as specified, or 2, using offset credits, 3, set forth penalties for noncompliance. Why is this important? When it starts talking about industrial stationary sources, on page 15 of the draft, Mr. Mayor, first two paragraphs, the report describes that we've got a total of roughly 270,000 metric tons, but states two things that are fairly interesting. One, privacy laws prevent us from collecting data on San Carlos Airport. Number two, calculating emissions from sewage created in San Carlos and treated in South Bayside System Authority is difficult. As a scientist, that drives me up a wall. To a large extent, I got to look at a consultant who gets paid and say, sorry, the fact that it's tough doesn't give you a pass to not do the calculations. So I'm looking at this, this paragraph, and it said privacy laws. So I actually went online and took a look at the number of operations that went on in San Carlos Airport. I looked at the number of single-engine aircraft takeoffs and landings, the number of multi-engine, all this other good stuff. Here's a fun thing. This is something known as a pilot operating handbook. Every pilot will know exactly what this is because we have to know down to the drop how much fuel we burn. Because I got to tell you, if you're flying with a girl, it really is not impressive if you run out of fuel. It's a bad thing. So what did I do? I just took a look. We had a little over 155,000 operations. Back of the envelope numbers, we came up with, give or take, about 14,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalents coming out of the airport. Again, this is public information. I'm stumped where the privacy laws came in. Second of all, looking through the calculation of SBSA, and this is this is actually important, Mr. Mayor. Again, looking at HR 2454, this is saying that facility is going to be covered. San Carlos is part of a JPA, of which SBSA is a big chunk of our emissions. I'll refer to this one. This is actually a high school chemistry book. So I'm not using anything that is outside of the range of a high school chemistry book. But called them up, said, gee, we actually do know how much of our stuff is going through. Actually, it's in the first chunk of our general plan that Public Works Director Wild tells us exactly how much goes through our forced mains. If you look at SBSA, they'll tell you exactly how much they deal with. They will tell you the standard cubic feet per hour that they put out. They will tell you the makeup of the gases. And if you go through a calculation, you'll figure out that SBSA puts out about 72 tons of CO2 equivalents per day. Comes out to give or take about 27,000 tons per year. When we put this all together, Mr. Mayor, two back-of-the-envelope numbers, a couple of phone calls, and a half-hour math, and this inventory is off by at least 15% by my numbers. Now, part of what I'm looking at for here, when it says we have to get allowances or we have to pay for credits, let's put a dollar amount to this. I know that they put some costs here. But right now, if we are going to go on the international market, carbon credits are being traded at $18.37, about 13 euros. Jerry Brown, I think, effectively did a lawsuit on AB 32, set the floor for carbon credits at about 10 bucks. So our total emissions, based on the numbers given in this report, are worth between $4.8 million and about $2.7 million. The reductions goals go from a low, call it 400,000 bucks, to as much as $1.8 million. Now we can start talking dollars and cents. This is not insignificant money. $1.8 million is real money to the city of San Carlos. So to that extent, having this inventory absolutely buttoned up is very, very critical. I understand that it's AB 32 centric, but I think it leaves a lot of holes. One thing I was also curious about, I will leave this as a point of discussion. We know that, I appreciated the talk about vegetation and reducing the right-of-way. I know that was for walking. What I was curious about is why it wasn't discussed in terms of water usage. We know in the state of California, water usage and moving water around the state is the biggest single use of electricity in the state of California. So by reducing water, we reduce electricity, which, hey, guess what? As a bonus, we reduce our carbon footprint. I'll refer anybody on staff to my blog that I did a calculation some months ago determining that watering one soccer field was about 9 tons of CO2 equivalents per year. I'll also just point out, and this is a nit, the units within this document are mixed up. At some point in time, somebody needs to go through this and determine how they want to spell out a metric ton, how they want to spell out an MMT, whether it's a CO2 equivalent, whether it's an equivalent CO2. From my perspective, that's just sloppy, and I don't like it. Mr. Mayor, I'll just conclude with this. What folks have done in terms of putting forward good faith efforts and saying how we're going to reduce carbon footprint are worthwhile, valuable, and we need to be fairly aggressive in doing this. We also need to be aggressive in understanding where we are. If Finance Director Maltby came up and handed us a financial statement, we would go, that's great, has it been audited? In this case, what we've got is software that has not had an independent audit. I am not aware of who has validated the science behind it or what are the mechanics underneath it. Mr. Save and Mr. Mora have offered to give me a secondary meeting so that I can go through those details, but my concern of this plan is that our baseline inventory is wrong. And I don't want to get caught a couple of years later when better technology comes up, when more regulations are in place, and we've been off.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mr. Royce?
Yeah, well, first of all, we've thanked a few people. I noticed in the audience, our General Plan Advisory Committee had 26 meetings, almost over 2 years. We have Mary Jo Hoffman and Andy Klein in the audience. And who am I missing?
Suzanne.
Oh, Suzanne. I didn't see. I'm sorry. Suzanne Emerson here in the front row. I want to thank them and your entire group for all the work that you've done. I only have like one point, and it kind of echoes a little bit what we've already have spoken about. I'm probably not as concerned to be precise in the measurement because what we're trying to do is something good. We're trying to reduce greenhouse gases. We talk about this estimate of 260 million tons of greenhouse gases. We know there's some holes in it. We know we're missing things because of privacy and how we measure it and so forth. And I think Mr. Lewis kind of captured my comments. I want to make sure, generally we commit to much finer detail. And I'm comforted by the fact that we're reviewing this every 5 years. We're going to know so much more every 5 years and where we started and what we missed and so forth. And so I don't know how you get that into your plan. Maybe you could comment on that. Is we're committing to something that's pretty loosey-goosey here, even though the direction and what we're trying to do good for planet Earth makes sense, but it is pretty loose as far as how we measure and how we have a reporting system. And yet, again, I'm a little more flexible that don't let I would say your accounting system or your reporting system stifle your results. Let's move on and get this stuff done. But so do you have enough input, I think, from the council here on what we like to see? I think there was some consistency.
I didn't get a chance to talk yet.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I think we should clarify a couple of the points that were brought up by Councilmember Ahmad because, if we were to go back and make significant changes and raise the number of our output, it could have a significant effect on the update process. We would need to redo the general plan and and it would change the process. It would cost a lot more money to do. And so the question, we should probably talk a little more about those points and just get some clarification on some of the points that were raised. And I'd like Mr. McCormick and perhaps Mr. Mora to address some of those issues if you would bear with us for a minute.
Okay.
Well, I wanted to respond generally that we were using a specific protocol established by ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. The purpose of that protocol is to make sure that the results of the inventories can be replicated throughout any community that's using that software tool. We decided to build in a little bit more specificity than the base model that ICLEI provides for us to use as a tool. But there are a couple specific items to respond to your concerns, and that was one through SBSA, since that's not located within the geopolitical boundary of the city of San Carlos, the methodology established by ICLEI does not allow us to analyze that. I mean, we could include it as an information item, but that's not a part of the baseline inventory because that would be Redwood City's inventory. That would be part of Redwood City's footprint because it's located within that city limits. Just like if a landfill is within a city limits or a county, it's their responsibility to take those emissions and track those emissions. With the airport, it's a county facility, so it's a municipal operations perspective from the county's side of perspective. So when they're doing their municipal inventory, looking at their municipal operations, they're going to take into account the facilities and the flights associated with the airport. One of the challenges with that is, of course, that this is located within the city of San Carlos city limits. So we actually went back and forth with ICLEI to establish, what we needed to do in order to deal with this inherent conflict, because you don't want to have duplication. You don't want to have two different public agencies taking credit for the same emissions. So back when this emissions inventory was actually finalized, we did not have airport data available according to ICLEI. We were relying on them to provide us that data because they were the liaison to the county for any county information. And at this point, if that data is available, then we could certainly include it as an information item, but our understanding is that it's going to be included in the municipal inventory for the county. So there would be a duplication there. Right now, since PG&E gives us aggregated data based on addresses within the community, we actually have included the emissions associated with the facility into this baseline inventory because there was no way to disaggregate that unless we went in and actually asked for that data specific from the airport. So that provides a little bit of background on those two different items. And unfortunately, we ran into issues like that a number of times. I mean, this is, like I said earlier in the presentation, the Wild West. We're still figuring it out methodologies. We're figuring it out from a regional perspective. I mean, this is a part of Joint Venture Silicon Valley's coordination efforts. So ICLEI is helping to coordinate 39 different cities at the same time. So it is a challenging effort to make sure that we're all using the same methodology, and one of the inherent problems in that is making sure there's no duplication. So.
And I think that after considering Councilmember Ahmad's concerns with larger numbers, I think that we could probably accommodate some flexibility in the cap without changing the baseline information that we have now so that we don't have to change our environmental impact report and we can make our deadlines to get this done, but allow us to have some flexibility in, looking at some larger numbers and then building them into the cap at a later date or even in the near future. So I think as Councilmember Ahmad noted, we can meet separately with the consultants. We can, staff and Councilmember Ahmad can meet and talk about this, but I think there's ways that we can do it without modifying the schedule, modifying the environmental impact report and the timeline.
Through the chair, it seems like a JPA, in the case of a SBWMA, in a document like this, we're trying to cover governing or controlling emissions. Well, the emissions take place in San Carlos. They just wind up somewhere else. It seems like there should be a mechanism through the county or these JPA systems to assign metric tonnage to the percentage of that facility because those are known percentages. It seems like it'd be pretty straightforward math. So in other words, if Redwood City gets that whole metric tonnage assigned to them and yet control is not within their authority, it's difficult to whether we get credits for it or, we have to be able to control it with our city. So it seems like that's something that it may be the wild, wild west, but it seems like a pretty straightforward thing to start to address within the JPAs or the county, straightforward calculation that could be in these documents. And maybe one of our short-term goals can be in here in 2 years, or you pick the right period of time, but a shorter-term goal than a 5-year implementation is to revise the metric tonnage based on the percentage assignment of different JPAs that we might be involved in, because we have to be able to have, if we can govern it, we can control it better than everyone else, then we should be able to get credit for that. And that's certainly, if we want to lead the way in that, we need to be able to have the control and the, or there'll be no incentive for us to
Through the chair.
do it.
A recommendation on the issue may be to, for you as a mayor, I think you're our rep to Council of Cities still, is, bring it up at Council of Cities. We could also bring it up at the League of Cities, because it seems like all the cities would be dealing with the same issue, and we're all members of these JPAs. So I think the idea would be for the JPA to assign us a number that we're responsible for, and then as we work with the governance of the JPA, they would try to bring those numbers down, similar to what is done with ABAC housing.
Sure. I guess what I'm suggesting is not to hold up this document, but it certainly seems like a known problem. So we should put on a short-term, an 18-month, you guys named the right time frame, but let's put it on a short-term, get it turned around, and get it implemented, woven back into the document sooner rather than later.
Actually, I do have a comment on that. The local government operations protocol for municipal operations was recently released, and that's what was used to establish the baseline inventory for the municipal operations for the city. The community operations protocol, which is supposed to be a standardized protocol, should be coming out shortly. It is not out. It's one of the reasons why there is a ongoing discussions, and this discussion is taking place probably at every council that's had to consider a climate action plan. So when this community operations protocol comes out, there will be a standardized approach. So there's a number of delays that have taken place in release of that protocol, but that should be happening in the next year.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, if those are indeed the cases, which I'm fine with, they need to be referenced in this document. I would like to see something that says we have source code and escrow, because theoretically we're going to be on the hook for this stuff. I want to be able to go back and say, here's how these calculations were done. But I will put a very specific directive on page 15 of this draft with regard to privacy laws or cannot get the data. If Mr. McCormick has another explanation for why these things aren't calculated, I would recommend strongly that these paragraphs be reworded.
Okay.
That stated, I am not in favor of trying to delay the process, but I would like to have that meeting, and if there's a chance of getting a hold of somebody from ICLEI, if they have a chief scientist, I would like to meet that person.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have one second point. Short
Go ahead, sure.
Yeah, and my second point is, which of course Mr. Lewis kind of commented on too, is there's very little cost data on here. And until we got to the staff report, actually, the very last attachment 4 has some really good costing information. So again, to commit to items that may not be affordable, maybe an issue as we look ahead to 2020 or 2035. Example is hybrid cars, almost $500,000. Yeah, we'd like to do that sort of thing, but there are some items that may not be affordable even by 2035. So is there a risk in making that commitment and not being able to afford? How do we handle affordability?
Well, the cost analysis was done on a first-year implementation basis in most cases. For example, with the hybrid vehicle fleet replacement scenario, that's really, instead of replacing your fleet with traditional vehicles, you would be replacing them with alternative fuel vehicles or hybrid vehicles, just high mileage vehicles. So the cost is associated with the overall cost of replacing the fleet, but it displaces what the cost would have been if you were replacing it with a traditional fleet anyway.
But there are items here that do cost additional money.
Right.
Maybe that's not a perfect example.
But we were as the most conservative we could be about the cost because we understood the potential implications of the cost.
Okay.
So the understanding is that there are a lot of funding sources available right now and will be available in the next couple of years to start implementing these programs at no cost to the city. And that's one of the great things about the conversations that are going on in Sacramento right now and implementing some of this climate change legislation.
Thank you.
Okay, I just had a couple of things. I also agree with Mr. Grocott on item 17. If we accept this plan with item 17, doesn't that sort of lead us down the line to Mr. Zave said, to have parking meters? Or are we just, would be nice, but are we ever going to do it? I don't know. I have reservations about that completely relative to, especially what's going on in Oakland right now, if anybody's paying attention to that. But I think Oakland is penny wise and pound foolish for what they're doing over in their, one of their really nice areas, the Grand Lake area. So, and they're downtown. The other question, Mr. Zave, you mentioned at the top, and I said I'm the representative to CCAG, City County Association of Governments. And also you mentioned the state is working on some items as well as CCAG. If we do our own thing and then other rules come out, who takes precedence?
Ours do. However, if there's some kind of a state mandate that comes down or the Uniform Building Code is changed, then we may have to change what.
So even though we would
done.
be better or more green than the state building code, we would have to refer to the state building code, or defer rather to the state building code.
It's possible, although I see our chief building official out there, and perhaps Chris could speak to it a little bit. Chris, do you have a second to?
Good afternoon, Chris Valley, building official. Could you
Well,
please
let's
restate
assume
the
we
question?
go through and we spend our time and we do a green ordinance, building ordinance, and throw in this, that, or the other. I don't know, I'm not going to be specific because it could be just anything. And the state comes down and says, oh, by the way, we want you to do it this way.
With regard to the green building ordinance?
Right,
with
or
regard to-
anything which would have to do with green building type thing. All of a sudden, we'd be at loggerheads. Ours would be different than theirs.
True. The two do need to dovetail to some
Mhm.
degree. And we need to provide findings and facts and so forth to present to the California Building Standards Commission
Mhm.
to state our case based upon climatic or
Mhm.
geologic or whatever.
Sure.
So yes, I guess my Cliff Note answer to that is that yes, the two do need to dovetail. It's not just something we just go out and do and then ignore what the state.
Right, well, that's what I'm getting at. I'm getting at the point if CCAG is going to do something on the county or regional basis, and the state's coming down with their mandates, shouldn't we at least take a breath and see what they come up with in the next year before we start going down the road and all of a sudden we're just going to either reduplicate something, which is, to me, a waste of money, or if it's already in there, or we get at loggerheads with some of it. That's the thing that I'm worried about. So I mean, that's just my comments. I appreciate that we want to do as much as we can, but again, it goes back to Mr. Lewis again. God, everybody keeps coming back to Mr. Lewis.
I went first.
Yeah, he went first. The dollars and cents of it and how we want to do it. So
Through the chair.
thank you, Chris.
If I could comment on the thing you're speaking to, if I may. I think as much as we can, if we can stay towards what's uniform, either from the state or county, it's helpful because I know, like in the industry, that, for instance, San Francisco, they have so many things, regulations that are unique and specific to San Francisco that your architect or designer or your contractor, they're all more expensive because it tends to be a closed market
Mhm.
and it's difficult to compete in. I don't think we want to become that.
Well, that's the thing. As I said, that's where we're going. I know some of the cities already have ordinances. 3 or 4 were mentioned in here, and I don't have any problem with having our own ordinance. I think it's a great idea. But since these things are somewhat on the cusp, they're not 10 years away. They're hopefully a year away or less than a year away. I worry about going down the path, spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and go, oh, well, it's the same thing as the state, or again, we get in loggerheads. So, anyway, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, I felt like we got a little inside baseball for a second. CCAG stands for what?
City and County, which I mentioned earlier, City and County Association of Governments.
And here's where I'm actually confused. So the state of California is going to put together a uniform building code.
Right.
CCAG is doing what and why?
CCAG wants to get together and do a countywide, I'd say, climate action plan. I'm not sure if that's the term.
Can I take a shot at this?
Sure. Mr. Morrow.
Been working in this area for a while. There are several groups that are looking at green building codes, and Chris has been involved in our climate action plan subcommittees, had some discussions as well. There is a minimal baseline standard that the state has put in. Some have viewed that as kind of a minimum standard, if you will, in the green building code area. And that's something that we've talked about. That's one of the options, as you've seen in the staff report. Other cities, for example, most of the cities in Santa Clara County have a standard that is higher than that. When we've talked to CCAG and the county, they've expressed an interest in doing something more than the state, which is part of your staff report. I think where that gets significant is, for example, talking about item 17. One of the things that we'll need to do as we work on this climate action plan is come up with a series of measures that gets us to that 15% below 2005 by the end of this process. And part of the rationale in putting in some of the later measures in this plan was that if we went for the state green building code, which is admittedly a more baseline, lower level, you don't get as much reduction, and hence you need to add some more of these items. So one of the things that happens in this discussion is there's some trade-offs to the way I would look at it, in that if you want to have a more modest green building code, then you're going to have some additional measures in some other areas. Maybe it's parking meters, maybe it's something else, I don't know. So that's something to keep in mind as you look at some of these trade-offs.
Sure. But all of this stuff is an ongoing thing, and I'm, again, getting back to provide. What do we want to all of a sudden commit to, and then we wake up and go, oh, we have to, we promised to do this. Either there's not the monetary or some other reasons why we're not able to do it. So
Yeah, one other observation, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Another thing you might notice in this document is some of the items that are related, for example, to recycling and garbage, we've moved up. And I think that helps address Councilmember Lewis's question on why the tree planting item is later in the sequence. When staff worked on these items, we noted, for example, that the tree planting program are general fund dollars, whereas some of the recycling items are ratepayer dollars. And while in the perfect world, it'd be nice not to have to do either in some people's view, if you have a choice, particularly in the middle of a general fund budget problem, you might want to do the non-general fund items first. You'll also notice, for example, that in item 8, pushing on the recycling number gets one a pretty dramatic reduction in emissions and greenhouse gases at a relatively small cost, and that's one of the reasons that we moved that one up and some of the other ones back. It's not so much taking items out of the plan, but rather resequencing them in a way that the non-general fund stuff moves up and the general fund stuff moves down.
I was going to, my next point was that I'd like to hear from the public. We've got a few more things, obviously, to talk about on this, but I'd like to hear from the public if there's anyone here wishing to speak on the climate action plan tonight. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to, Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Mayor, one is just a quick addendum to what Mr. Morris said. Increase recycling and composting at public events, item number 19. I'm sorry, that's just one I think we can do on our next agenda, if with the council's permission. I mean, at a public event, why wouldn't we increase and encourage that and make that part of the permitting process? And it's a negligible cost. So there's some of these things that you just go, come on, let's go to the head of the class on that. Let me just take a stab at what I think the issue is, and I think the issue is going to reflect in a lot of these different elements, and maybe it's worth having a discussion now. And it's a question of process. When we commit to this general plan, these various elements, what's the process when there's a policy involved that has a word like provide? And because, you know, when I first looked at it, what I thought was that maybe we actually commit to the process of analyzing that. None of us can hamstring city council to strategic goals for the next 22 years. It's just not the right way to go. And as staff and everybody said, a lot of this needs further analysis. But to me, it's the difference between a goal versus a policy. When we state some things in here as a policy, to me, that's and there's a word like provide, it means we are committing to it now. What might take the edge off that is to commit to a staff analysis, a feasibility analysis. Keep that on a schedule, because I love schedules. And I think they're important because it gives us a deadline for which we have to evaluate things. And then, you know, planning commission, the community council get a final presentation on what's the feasibility. Then we know what the funding available is, we know what the plan is, the goal, and city council along with staff can come through it. So when it's like, let's just take the shuttle service, for instance. We could commit to a staff analysis in the year, was it 2015, 2020? Is that the year of the shuttle service? We could back it up 18 months and say, prior to that date, we want a staff analysis of shuttle service for council, you know, presentation to council, and that would be a goal, is to have that analysis in that year. And like everybody's pointed out, there's some flexibility within that, but I also think there's some teeth in a schedule that says, we have to review this before 2015. Are we going to do the analysis? Is it worth staff time? Do we think it's feasible? And it makes us address the question, which is one of the goals of this overall process. So my 2 cents is, let's talk a little bit about process of this, and then as we revisit some of these different elements, I've tried to star the ones that I think, okay, you know, Vice Mayor Royce mentioned one earlier. There's a commitment in here. Let's commit to a schedule for analysis, for presentation and debate, and while it being a goal of the general plan, because I agree with that. So I just wanted to throw that up for council to consider.
Okay. Mr. Savay, I mean, sometimes these things are so daunting, I'm not even sure. So what you're looking for, you've got a bunch of comments. I just asked for that, didn't I? Anyway, you asked for comments, you've gotten a lot of comments. What are you expecting us to do tonight? Or do you expect us to go down through these 23 items and say, we like this one, we don't like that one, let's move this up to this schedule, let's move that to that. Page 17, I don't like that. What do you expect from us tonight?
I think we expect exactly what you have given us so far, which is your comments and suggestions, and we will go back and we'll analyze what you've said and see what we think can be done. The issue here is some of it has to be done, or then our general plan is not defensible anymore. We have to do some kind of a climate action plan, and we have to address greenhouse gas emissions by executive order of the state. So we don't have much.
I'm not saying we
of a
don't want
cut.
to do that.
Right.
I'm trying to get it for how you want us to do it. I mean, I'll sit
Yeah.
here for the next 6 hours and go over 23 items if you want to do it. I don't have a problem with it. But I just want to, I guess I'm a little lost on the process. Unfortunately, I apologize, maybe a little dense here, on the process so that we're doing it properly and we're giving you enough information that we are going to do it right.
And I think that's what you've given us is enough information to go on at this point, and we'll go back and look and see what, out of your comments, I think we've heard what you need us to do, and a lot of it's feasible, I think, and we can even look at this and, move things up and back and, as long as we get to our number here.
Sure.
So I think we're good. We don't need you to go through all these in any more detail than you already have, unless any of the other council members have any more substantive comments. We don't need that.
Okay,
So
well,
we're good with where you're.
I just wanted to make sure we're doing it right.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, before we get into a couple more comments on this and finish it up, apparently we do have a speaker slip here. Suzanne Emerson? If you could keep your comments to 2 minutes, please.
Absolutely. It'll be a short comment. Suzanne Emerson, I was the chair of the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee on the General Plan Advisory Committee. I just wanted to speak to that issue of the horse trading. When we were trying to figure out which elements to put into the Climate Action Plan, certainly we were looking at implementability, whether or not something was politically going to work or something that just wasn't going to fly in San Carlos, whether or not, of course, it was applicable here, and cost effectiveness. Now, the bottom line we were aiming for is getting the right number of CO2 emissions off the table. Now, if there are certain elements that you guys don't think are politically palatable, that maybe the subcommittee did, but you guys think, you guys make the decisions on these all the time, these things aren't going to fly. If you're going to take those out, then there's other things that didn't make the cut that perhaps could go in. There was a list of more than 150, I think, different elements that we were looking at originally, the vast majority of which are not in what you're looking at today. Certainly there are many other things we could do, but if we're going to take out those major items, especially having to do with transportation, which is our biggest subcategory, then perhaps we should be putting in some of those other items that didn't make the cut.
Thank you very much for that insight. And it's easy for us to sit up here after you've spent 18 months or 2 years and say, well, gee, we don't like number 4, And so I appreciate the comment, and I know I speak for all the council members. We don't want to do that, but again, you give anybody a document, they're going to look at it in there with their eye. So, other comments?
It's just the funding mechanisms of some of these bigger goals. I mean, I understand that, the state is saying that we need to be our answer needs to be X. So we need to have a process by which we're going to get to X, and we can revise that even though we still have to achieve that goal. I do get that. It's just, how we go about affording that, maybe it just tells us we have to be more aggressive with a savings plan to make sure that we can do that. And so that just tells me one of the goals has to move up to do the feasibility study to start to set aside the funds so by 2015 we can do a shuttle service. So anyway, it's just a process issue.
Other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I would just echo what Mr. Lewis has said, that look, I think we're going to be committing to reduction targets, and the way I'm looking at this is a carbon ton is a carbon ton, whether we get it from pulling a car off of the road or doing some other type of measure. So the mechanics of how we get there, I think, should be left up to council and up to good study with real fiscal implications. But the amount of reduction that we have to do, again, in my comments about where the inventory is and how we determine how much, we can still debate that, but those goals are fairly concrete.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I do have one question for staff. They have that 2005 start year, and certainly since 2005, we've done things. I think it was even acknowledged that we've done some things. I'm thinking of, for instance, the Courtyard solar panels. I'm not sure what year that was done, but are we already charting the things that we have done to see where that graph is going? Yes, I'm seeing nodding heads.
Apparently we are.
Yeah, we are, and I guess the other thing or two other things that are significant. First is that the reason that 2005 is picked is because that is the first year that you have all the information from all the different agencies, PG&E, MTC, et cetera. The second is, you probably will recall 2 years ago when we started down this journey, we talked to you about no one had 1990 data. And the convention, and I believe it was in the staff report, is that the state is now assuming that getting to 15% below 2005, they have deemed is equivalent to 1990. And that is our goal. And the other piece that you need to be aware of as well is when the Joint Venture Regional Group looked at climate action plans and also general plans, in the next 4 years, about 3/4 of the cities will be doing a general plan, and so many of them are choosing to synchronize the two, much as we have done. It just so happens, by the luck of the draw, so to speak, that San Carlos is one of the first cities to have one of the first general plans where this new requirement kicks in. That's the reason that we're one of the pioneers, as it were. And so I think the mayor's comments were very, very correct in saying that down the road, other cities who come after us in a year or two who have later general plans will probably have better guidance than we do. And we're just kind of caught in the ringer here in terms of we're kind of making some of this up as we go along because, frankly, we're the first.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Mr. Royce?
Yeah, just like to cover one topic that I think kind of caught my attention, if you just look at this whole package, is traffic and cars, and there's so much payback in reducing our greenhouse gases. And I just get down to just the sheer number of cars. I've been involved with the history of San Carlos. There's aerial shots in the 1940s and 50s and 60s, and there's just a heck of a lot of cars. There are people on streets that own, one household may have 5 or 6 cars. If you go to Carlmont High School, you'll see what I'm talking about. Every high school kid seems like he has 2 cars there. And so getting to the parking direction of parking meters, I'm not in favor of that right now. I'll listen to some stories. I've seen presentations. You can make money on it. I don't think my initial reaction is San Carlos. But to just try to make the cost of ownership a little bit more expensive. It's very cheap to own a car versus other parts of the world. And maybe to park a car out on the street, that second or third car, may be more expensive in our city. There may be ways that when you have that opportunity to buy Aunt Hilda's car, who passed away, and she's got the 68 Olds, that you say, wait a second, if I get that car, it's going to cost me more money than to pick up a 5th or 6th car. So regarding just number of cars, how we get our actually kids not only to high school, how we handle our sports programs, taking them. If you look around on a Saturday, how all the SUVs are all going back and forth to all of our fields up and down the hills. I just think there's a tremendous opportunity in so many places between park and ride lots and all this sort of stuff to really provide reduce traffic, reduce greenhouse gases, but it all gets down to let's get fewer cars in town.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, Mr. Vey, thank you. Hopefully you got some good comments, and Mr. McCormick, thank you for your report. So now we move on to the housing element. Is that right, Mr. Survey?
Yes, that's correct.
Another tone that we got to drag.
Some cookies.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Mark Sawicki, Economic Development and Housing Manager, and I'm just going to provide you some brief remarks on the housing element portion of the general plan. The housing element, it's the only part of the general plan that requires review by a state agency, the State Housing and Community Development Department, by law, and it requires an update every 5 years unless that time frame is extended, which it has been. The last update was in 2001. We were actually had a deadline of June 30th to submit. We submitted the draft plan on June 29th, and we expect comments from HCD by the end of this month. Most jurisdictions have not adopted the housing element in that timetable as well and are working on it as we speak. The housing element has to prove to HCD that local planning and zoning policies make the opportunity for housing production possible. It doesn't actually require production. It requires the planning policies that allow for housing to be built. State requirements are extremely detailed. The housing element needs to include a housing needs assessment, both existing and projected, a sites inventory and analysis, an analysis of constraints on housing, both governmental and non-governmental, programs that promote housing for all types and needs, and an estimate of units to be built, rehabilitated, or conserved over the planning period, which is 2009 to 2014. San Carlos has a regional housing need allocation of 599 units, of which almost 60% must be affordable. However, we can count all units built under construction or proposed since January 1st, 2007. This reduces our outstanding goal to 285 affordable units. On pages 51 through 54 of the housing element is where that analysis is done. There are significant consequences of an inadequate or uncertified element, and I can go into that detail if you're interested. Of course, we believe this element is more than adequate to meet state requirements. The site's inventory indicates a potential to develop over 1,200 housing units, including over 500 affordable units, and these would all be in areas 1, 2, and 3, close to transit, and that analysis is on pages 54 to 65. We've identified many programs and activities of the city and RDA that promote housing production and preservation, particularly for lower-income households. We participated in a county-wide technical advisory committee and incorporated many of the region's best practices. The goals, policies, and programs reflect both the state requirements as well as our community's housing principles, and it resulted from 6 housing subcommittee meetings, 2 community stakeholder meetings, and review by both the GPAC and the Planning Commission. The goals, policies, and programs begin on page 75, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Okay, Mr. Grocott, questions?
I have one that's perhaps not specific to this document, but just in terms of procedure, because you've talked about how you have to have a plan, and that's really what state law currently is looking at, is having that plan. And you hit upon the moderate to low-income number of 248 that's on page 51. Am I right on that?
It's 285, but
So my question is this, and this is just in terms of like execution, I suppose. Years ago, we built, I think it was a completely low-income, perhaps moderate project at the end of East San Carlos Avenue and Industrial Road. I think it's the only time in our city's history we've done that, taken on a project like that. What would the state's response be if we did another project like that to hit these numbers, yet we weren't hitting our complete housing goal, the overall goal of, like you see here, the 600 units?
Mm-hmm.
Say because we were concerned about density or something like that.
Again, it's actually a planning document. It's not the requirement isn't that you produce these units, it's that you can produce them, which means that you have zoning in place, you have available sites, and what this document does is it goes through, particularly in areas 1, 2, and 3, which are close to transit, which is where the state is trying to get us to be building housing. So that's where we focused. But we've inventoried where there are available parcels that can be built. We can build more than enough to meet this requirement. Doing actual housing is a great thing, and we can count everything that we've done since January 2007. We have some significant projects included in that, such as the Transit Village, 281 units. That gets us a long way towards this 599 goal. What we're left with is most of the deeper affordability units, and that's where it takes a little more effort for us to produce them using RDA housing dollars, finding a site, doing a project like we did with the Corporation Yard to do a significant commitment to affordable housing.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's one other question. I noticed my notes here. It's actually out of the general plan, but I suppose it could apply to the housing element as well. This idea of jobs, housing balance, I noticed I was looking at the numbers, and if I remember my calculations right, it's in the general plan book and not in this one. We would actually be adding jobs at a faster rate than we're adding housing. And I've always thought San Carlos, and in fact, when you look at the numbers, we're at about 1.4 housing units, I think, per job right now. So we have more housing than we have people employed.
No, I think it's the
remember,
opposite.
is it the opposite? We have more people employed here than housing units?
Right.
Okay. So I was just, the question, I suppose, is, are we moving in the right direction? Because when I did the figures, there was a big jump, and I guess you're saying we're going the other direction.
We are, and it's because we have constraints on our ability to build housing. And most communities on the peninsula have a high jobs to housing ratio. Most people are in commuters from outside in the suburbs. And the idea is, build more housing near transit so folks don't have to be commuting into San Carlos, and they can be commuting, city to city on the peninsula. It's actually a tough thing. The jobs housing balance is a tough thing for San Carlos because we're sandwiched in between so many communities. It's not people are obviously going to be commuting in and out of San Carlos. It's a fact of life. But I think what you want to avoid is having people commute from very far distances. So producing as much housing in San Carlos or near San Carlos is a goal of the county.
I didn't tab, I'm going to try and find that as discussion goes on. I might come back.
Fine. We'll go on. Mr. Royce? Nothing? Mr. Ahmad?
Just a couple, Mr. Mayor. Hello, sir. Page 15, I was curious, I was looking at the age of the housing stock, that, according to this, 56% of the city's housing stock was built before 1960. And it looked like the bulk of it was between 1940 and 1959. I was curious how that compares to other cities in San Mateo County.
I don't know how it compares. I imagine it's fairly similar, that these communities were all
With
built
the exception of
at-
Foster City.
City.
Yeah.
And Redwood Shores. Yeah.
And it's not the best tool to figure out whether you have good or bad housing stock.
Okay.
Old housing units, as long as they've been upgraded and inspected, they're going to be in good shape. So houses can stick around for a long time. I believe our building department has a fairly frequent inspection cycle. We're pretty well assured that our housing stock is actually in good shape. So the fact that it's old doesn't necessarily mean that it's dilapidated or needs to be replaced.
Great. Page 34 and 35, there was lessons learned from the 2002 housing element. Four things in particular. City needs to ensure county programs receiving city funds directly benefit San Carlos residents. You have action item number 7.3, which is on page 86. Sorry, 87. And we've got a requirement. Is action 7.3 right now going on?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a new action. The second part should focus resources on types of programs that are not provided at the county level. I did not see an action step against this. Did I miss something, or?
I know, well, in particular in this paragraph, which refers to the Life Safety Home Repair Assistance Program, I'm pretty sure that there is an action. It may not be called out in this particular fashion, but I know there's an action to look at the organizations that we do fund.
Okay.
Whether it's the appropriate level, and then to look at organizations that we don't currently fund that maybe we should consider. And I know that there's something in regard to that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
Right. The last two, and I just wanted to get a little clarification on the background of how these came out. The second unit amnesty program is needed and should be actively promoted, and the BMR ordinance needs to be revised. Can you give some background and some additional thoughts on that?
Well, second units are a great way to actually provide affordable housing, and it's recognized by the state as such. And there are a lot of built-out communities, particularly those that have a lot of single-family residential. This is their ticket for actually providing affordable housing is having more second units. This particular action is to encourage those that had been produced but not counted to, or maybe not recognized right now to, the amnesty program is actually to make sure that they are actually habitable and safe, and then we can record them as such. The BMR ordinance, we have the ad hoc housing task force in place to take a look at that ordinance. There's a number of policies there that we want to re-examine whether they are actually helping us achieve affordable housing or hindering us from providing affordable housing if in some cases they may be too onerous. That's what we want to look at, and whether there's some flexibility there that will allow us to do more things.
Mr. Lewis?
Well, I have a slightly different problem, and it may be abstract from the housing element needs and necessities, but I just don't think the population that's being projected for us is realistic. I don't think 10% growth in our population in the 10 years from 2010 to 2020, so nearly 3,000 residents that we're going to add to the city. What worries me is not so much planning for the housing, it's planning for all the infrastructure impact. And we don't have a plan for that. I mean, when we talk about the park and rec aspect of this, we already really can't provide what we need to provide for the population as it is. And so I don't know what pushback mechanisms we really have. And you can, perhaps we don't have any, but I for one just don't think 10% is something that's acceptable for San Carlos in 2010 to 2020. I don't know how we do it. I know how we do the housing, potentially do the housing element of it, but we don't have the money to grow this business of running San Carlos by 10%. And I don't know what pushback we can do locally, but my guess is we need to take a hard look at this. And I believe in transit-oriented development and so forth, but it has to be at a rate that can sustain itself, or we need to find money from somewhere else. We don't, there's in the park and rec element, we're identifying parkland and 2.5 acres for every 1,000 residents that we'll talk about later. But you got to be kidding me. 10% in the next 10 years. So what mechanisms do we have, if anybody else agreed with the idea of trying to actually do a sustainable population growth chart that we can actually plan for? Because it's irresponsible to me to plan for housing when we don't have infrastructure in place in order to support those people, because it just means it takes down the quality of life for everybody else in San Carlos, and it worries me.
One comment that I would make is that a lot of the planned housing is in areas 1, 2, and 3, where there is infrastructure in the sense of roads and transit and shops and the like. It's also, most of that is in the redevelopment project area, which means that we will receive a larger percentage of property taxes as new developments are done. We saw with the impact analysis for the transit village, there would be a significant amount of money. It would come through the redevelopment agency, but it would allow us to fund more infrastructure.
Do you have projections for that in here? Projections for what that income would be? So I don't know whether it's a requirement of the housing element, but I sure would say that if this is coming, then we need to do that calculation and know what we're doing with those funds, know where the money's coming from, know where it's going to, and if it's not enough, because it's the quality of life issue. I worry about the, park and rec is what, 16% now. It used to be 18% of our budget. And granted, some of the other infrastructure can kind of grow incrementally, and then we can get some funding for it. But there's not a lot of space left in this town, so overpopulation's a concern. So I don't want to just sort of put a question out there that we can't do anything about, but if within the housing element, we can address concerns, a policy to address, like perhaps there's an action item to do redevelopment monetary projections. So a council could go to a state agency or someone else and say, we just can't sustain this ABAG. Interesting concept, but we can't afford it. I think we need to think like that now. So.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'd just like to ask a follow-up question to Mr. Lewis's point, and that is, what we're looking at now is this housing element, which has been said is a planning document that we have to provide to the state. They don't really enforce it in terms of build-out, but they just enforce it in terms of producing it and sending it off to them. And so I would, Mr. Mayor, like to have some further discussion about Mr. Lewis's point when we get to the general plan, because perhaps there's some things we're missing in the general plan, like statements about how much parkland we'll have per housing unit that could put, could address those concerns. And, we have to do what we have to do here with this housing element, but we can do for ourselves what we want to do with our general plan when it comes to what kind of character and city do we want to have. So perhaps we could discuss Mr. Lewis's point a little later.
It's just this abstract of this bureaucratic documents in plans we have to produce, but it's like, oh, but you don't really have to do it, fellas. Don't sweat it. See you next year. It's just like, it's a bizarre process. Excuse me.
Really? On that note, I have a quick question. When we're contributing, let's say to, and I know I saw in here that we do to like Shelter Network, which provides transitional housing for folks in the county. If they were going to build a project in San Mateo, which they did, when we contributed that, do we get any credit for that? We don't get any credit for the units that they produce. In other words, out of our jurisdiction.
No.
Even though we give them money to help build those units.
Right. We ask each of the organizations to provide us with some statistics on how much of our dollars are being used for San Carlos residents.
Okay.
Activities that they do for San
Right.
Carlos, or whether they get intake from San
Sure.
Carlos, that sort of thing. There is a one of the things that's being added to housing elements is providing for emergency shelters for the housing for the homeless. There's a survey that's done of how many homeless individuals there are in San Carlos
Right.
every 2 years. We are required to figure out where we could provide a shelter. Again, not actually produce it is not the
understand.
requirement, but to say that you could, if someone wanted to come like Shelter Network and build one in San Carlos. Now, you can also join with a neighboring jurisdiction, be it Redwood City or Belmont, to satisfy that need, but you can't go further than that.
Right. But we don't, for arena purposes, we don't, for units, 599 units, we get no credit because it's not built in our, let's say Shelter, again, I'm not picking on them, I'm just using an example. They built a product, well, they just built it about 3 years ago in San Mateo, lovely project. We had over the years given some funds, and I'm sure some of it went to that, but we get no credit for arena numbers on that, even though we donated to it.
Right.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask the question. San Mateo did, but we didn't, okay. Mr.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may, I did find that
Yeah, go ahead.
chart. So on page 53 of our general plan document, under land use element, this is, I guess, chapter 3, land use element, page 53, there's a chart or table 3-3, shows housing units currently at 11,960, our population 28,857, and jobs at 19,288. So I divided the population by the number of jobs and came up with 1.49 people population per job. Now, certainly on the housing units, again, that's a round numbers, that's about 12,000 housing units and 19,000 jobs. So there's fewer housing units than there are jobs, but
It's
in every housing unit there's...
per household. So It's actually jobs per household, not jobs per people. And then they define a household as 2.1 persons. That may be, is that?
Yeah, that's what I'm driving at, is what is considered a balance? Because as you can see, with 12,000 housing units, each housing unit has how many?
I think 2.1.
2.1 average
Yeah.
persons in it. And then, you've got about 19,000 jobs, 19,300. So, yeah, that was my point, is I don't think you need as many housing units as you have jobs, obviously, because you've got more than one person in a house, and not all the people in the house work or are of working age. So how do they come up with this number of what they call balance? What is the perfect balance? What's the target that ABAG's looking for?
Well, I guess perfect balance would be 1 to 1. One for every household, meaning 2.1 people, there's a job for that household in the community. Our current jobs housing balance is at 1.4, and it's projected to go up to 1.7, even with the housing that we would be providing. We're expected to produce more jobs than housing units in that time period, so it will increase. What's the right number? We're told that 1.4 to 1.7 is an okay range. It seems like it's getting a little high at 1.7 to me, but.
So with the 2.1, and they expect a job for each person, each 2.1?
Each 2.1 persons.
But even that doesn't make sense, because if they're taking when they look at the population of San Carlos at 28,857, that's little Johnny that was born yesterday and, old Johnny, grandpa, right? It's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So not everybody that's in a house works, even if you have 2.1 average. Probably, I don't know what the average is of who actually works in a house. I think that's some poor planning numbers they're using there, and then putting upon us and saying, this is what we want you to at least plan for.
Mm-hmm.
And I can just tell you, go stand out on Holly Street or Edgewood in the morning. Are there more people leaving town going to work, or more people coming in? I can tell you there's more people leaving,
Yeah.
which would indicate to me that we have more people living here going elsewhere to work than we do, coming in from other places to work in our city. That just would indicate to you that you've got the balance the other way. You've got more people living here, and there's not enough jobs here for the people who live here. Not that it's a perfect world and everybody who lives here can work here, but it would indicate to you that we're the other way. We're a bedroom community for the most part. I don't know. So I have a trouble with even these planning numbers in that sense. But I appreciate you putting together the report and doing such a fine job with it for what's required.
You don't like the housing, he doesn't like the count. Okay, what are you guys telling?
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mark. Anyone wishing to speak on this item from the public? By the way, Mr. Klein, you gave me a general plan. Okay, fine, we'll do that. Wasn't sure when you...
We're here.
We're here, all right. Mr. Savay.
Okay, let's move to the land use element. The land use element is divided into 3 sections. That's land use regulation, community character and design, and cultural and historical resources. The land use element in the land use map are really at the heart of the general plan, and the element is intended to guide the physical development of our city with the vision. And overall, when GPAC was discussing this, they were intensely focused, I guess I would say, on the compatibility of new growth with existing neighborhoods in the downtown. And they were intent to develop policies that ensured 360-degree architectural quality and keep the form and mass and scale of new growth and character with the existing neighborhoods and the fabric of the community. And what we saw is that this led to a discussion of more contemporary methods to guide new development and the appearance of new development in our community. And that led to discussions of, well, what's out there? What can be done? And form-based codes were, form-based code, or that idea of a form-based zoning code, which focuses more on the physical appearance of development than numbers. Currently, our zoning ordinance is the old style where you say you have to set it back 15 feet and you can be 20 or 30 feet high, but you don't say what it should look like from the street and what kind of massing and scale it should have. They were also focused on protecting the east side commercial and industrial buildings and the office buildings as an economic driver, but with careful consideration, noting that there's an interface between the residential neighborhoods that are there and the new development or that could potentially occur. And I think these issues are reflected throughout the document. Now, during the process, just to back up one step, the city was divided into a number of different planning areas that were viewed as having the greatest potential for change over the next 20 years. And on the screen, you see the 9 planning areas that sort of ended up as that did end up as the framework for the creation of our land use map. And following a good deal of public discourse about, originally there were 12 study areas, and then after public discourse at the General Plan Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, City Council, we had the community meetings, 9 planning areas emerged. And each area has its own distinctive character. For instance, that's the airport there. And during this study period, each of these planning areas or study areas was divided in and provided with 3 alternatives, 3 land use potential alternatives for growth. And then these were discussed and analyzed and evaluated by their merits. Finally, what was done is one of them was selected as a preferred land use alternative. And that was done for all the 9 study areas. And we did that with City Council, with GPAC, Planning Commission, and the public. And that, what ended up happening then is we got our land use map. And this is the final result of all that land use planning that went on. And it illustrates the land use designations and the development potential for all of our city. One of the unique characteristics of this plan, I think, is that it integrated 3 other plans that we had, which was the west side specific plan, the east side specific plan, and the old general plan. And we had a couple of updates of the east side specific plan, and over the years our land use policy had become very complex and sometimes a very confusing web of overlapping land use policies, and it became very difficult for people to understand and for us to implement. So it's rare to see a city going to a more streamlined approach to land use planning, and that's what we've done with this plan. I'm trying to back up here. There we go. And so there's our land use map, and I'd like to point out, after that brief dialogue, a couple of policies in the document, a couple of clarifications. On page 42 of the land use plan, of the land use element, it talks about neighborhood hubs. And I wanted to make a clarification that the neighborhood hubs, the concept of providing these areas for focal points for neighborhood serving retail and things, are to be focused on the west side of El Camino Real and not the east side. So it'd be everything west. It would be a half a mile west of El Camino is where the idea would start. So it's again, beyond 1/2 mile radius of downtown west of El Camino Real. So just to make that clarification. On page 69, LU 8.2 at the top of the page there, again, there was a lot of discussion about community character and about, there were discussions that were focused on specific developments that occurred in the recent past and the merits of some of the things the good developments that people liked and some that people believed were not so good. And so the idea was that we need to do a better job reviewing our existing design guidelines and also coming up with some commercial design guidelines, because we don't have them in our city. We don't have any commercial design guidelines, and we have no guidance to how commercial development should occur within the fabric of our community. And so that's, you'll see LU 8.2. On page 71, policy LU 9.14, one of the discussions as part of the density discussion that you had and the rest of the community had, there was a good deal of discussion, as you may recall, in the land use plan about density. And actually, density was reduced from 60 to 80 units at the high end to a maximum of 59 units in our city. So it was a significant reduction in the multifamily residential areas here surrounding downtown, where the brown here that you see. So that was all reduced down from 60 to 80 to a maximum of 59. So the concern at that time was, well, what happens to the developments that already have more density than you're going to allow in the future? And so what we did is we said we inserted this legally non-conforming out, essentially, so that if you have a building that was originally constructed and it's more than the density in the general plan, it's okay. You can, if it burns down, you can rebuild it in conformance with the zoning at the time that it was built. And I think one last clarification, there was one of the policies in the document, policy goal, rather, 3 and goal 5, there was a duplication there, and we tried to clarify that in your in one of your attachments on page 3 of one of your attachments of attachment 1. And goal 5, LU5 should read, support and maintain land uses that contribute to a vibrant and resilient local economy and support fiscal well-being of the city, as opposed to what it says there, and it was a repeat of LU3. So just to make that clarification. That concludes staff's comments on the land use element.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Savay on this? Mr. Lewis?
Sure. Got a few, page 36 of policy LU 1.7. It says encourage mitigation of parking conflicts.
Yes. And
could you
to
explain
clarify
what in
that,
the world that might mean? No, just kidding. What is that?
the clarification there is that particularly on the east side around the train station, there's businesses there. There's a lot of competing interests for parking. You have the Caltrain, you have baseball games, you have the businesses, and then you have a residential nexus there. And so over the years, there's been a lot of overflow of commercial parking into the residential areas. And so it was just an attempt to say, you know, where we have these situations where you have this butting together of these competing interests, you should try and mitigate those impacts, those parking issues.
Okay. Does it make sense that that's a policy, or is that just?
Yeah, because it allows for more flexibility, and it is giving guidance and direction.
Okay. You mentioned the ball game. Anybody have a score on the Giants Dodgers?
What?
game?
No tweets? No Twitters?
Well, if anybody has one, give us an update, please. Anyway, sorry about that. On page 39, LU 2.13, I thought we should add Burton Park. It says maintain downtown as the city's central gathering place. Burton Park seems like a central gathering place to me. So I just didn't want to, it felt like we're kind of prejudicing one over the other. So I would sort of maybe package those two would be my suggestion, is to add Burton Park to that. So we can leave that as a council discussion, but I wanted to bring that up for discussion. On page 40, I was, and again, this is one of those things where I want to address something that essentially I'm a big supporter of, which is we talk about such as establishing a performing arts center on LU 2.4, and it just seemed if we only pull one element out and put that in, that it may prejudice the action toward that one element, as opposed to just using it as an example and maybe listing one or two others. That's all. In saying such as establishing a performing arts center, by mentioning one, does that mean that that's sort of the primary action we're considering, or was that intended to be an example of a project like this? Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yes. And that's I mean, I think that there was discussion that this was a desirable
Yeah.
facility. And so that's exactly why it's in there.
Okay, so it is like Civic Center Area Master Plan and specifically a Performing Arts Center.
Yes.
And so that would be a capital improvement project, and we actually aren't necessarily mentioning, so I guess it's just for the Civic Center area, and I guess in other elements, we're identifying other projects as such. Okay. Thanks for the clarification. On page 69, where we just were, we talked about the railroad, on policy L 8.21, it says maintain railroad corridor development and design guidelines. I'm not sure I know what those are. Are those, because certainly the design guidelines that exist, well, there's not much there, is there?
There are design guidelines?
That's what I'm sort of wondering. What, do we have that element, or do we?
Well, this is part of the West Side specific plan, and there's a footnote in accordance with sections blah, blah, blah of resolution, blah, blah, blah. And what happened is there was a West Side specific plan developed in the early 90s, and then there was later on when there was discussion of, hey, there's potential for a new development along the corridor, we'd better plan for that. There was a resolution done to provide specific guidance to how things should look along the corridor. And so that's what it's referencing that resolution, which exists. And it talks about providing landscaping along the corridor where there's no development and things like that.
But then it goes on to say, unless an action conflicts with other parts of the general plan. And I consider myself that, well, at least I have high double-digit IQ. I'm just having trouble understanding what that all means. It seems a little bit vague to me.
Mm-hmm. And that's, it's entirely possible that it is vague.
Okay.
I mean,
so,
it is.
So
there is some vagueness.
So do me a
there.
favor. Maybe as we go through our next draft, can we just take a look at that and see what
Yeah,
we're exactly
sure, we can look
sort
at
of
that
committing
language.
to as a policy?
And we can go back and clarify what the GPAC intended.
And this is, I think, a smaller point on page 74. We talk because I think it's explicit somewhere else in the document. LU 11.8 says place a special emphasis on the preservation of architecturally significant buildings within gateway areas. I love San Carlos, but architectural significance isn't the first thing that comes to mind other than the train station. And I think somewhere in this document it kind of basically says that only the train station is architecturally significant. So I guess it seems to be like maybe we should just be specific if it's about the train station, because I'm not sure anything else exists of architectural significance. Not that I don't love the town in many aspects of it. So it just felt like it was sort of grandiose language for something that's actually pretty specific. Or general language, I should say. And then this is just to the mayor as a point of discussion, because I don't know if in any of these elements these issues come up, but I was sort of hoping the general plan might also address managing some sort of speed control, speed and traffic in residential areas. And I sort of searched through all the different elements that are coming up tonight. So I don't want to necessarily say this is about land use, but I kept looking for it somewhere. And it's nowhere to be found in any of the elements that I can.
It would seem like it would go under community safety, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't there.
No, I understand,
okay.
but I'm just saying,
So-
it seemed like it would go there.
I just want to throw that out as residential speed and traffic control, so whether or not we can
It's
find a
in
place
there,
for that sometime tonight.
Yeah, there is something on page 99. It's in the circulation and scenic highways element. Policy 11.0, new development shall require to mitigate traffic circulation or parking impacts.
Yeah.
And I think there's some other stuff about traffic calming in there.
It's
So
it's
that's
sort of
where
a
it would
new
be.
development statement. I'm talking about
Yeah.
specifically about, again, it's a quality of life issue with speed on our
Yeah.
residential streets and neighborhoods, and it's been an issue for the 4 years that I've been on council. And so anyway, I just, in the general plan, summer, it'd be nice if we could.
Yeah, policy 10 is
Policy 10.
also.
Sorry?
Policy
Page
10
99.
on page 99
What's it say?
also talks about traffic calming devices to reduce speeds in residential neighborhoods. And that kind of thing. So it gives a bunch of guidance on
Okay, well,
how to
we'll
do
get
that.
deeper into that then, when we come
Okey-doke.
upon that. Thanks for that clarification.
All right, Mr. Ahmad?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, we're just going to stick to Section 3 land use.
Section 3. Sorry.
Great. I think Mr.
This hour.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Mr. Lewis hit on the Civic Center plan, so that's excellent. Let me, Mr. Savay, there's a couple of words that that we use fairly continually. So I'm looking at LU 3.7 on page 42. Require the design of neighborhood hub structures, et cetera. Number one, I guess I would be curious, how do we want to define that design, and what mechanism are we going to have to enforce and make certain that that occurs? And I understand the word require, but I guess if I'm looking at policy 3.8 underneath, it says encourage. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd like to get a little more concrete of what you want us to do in terms of how do we encourage something. There's, putting out carrots, but there's also getting out some sticks.
Right, and there's a difference here in that neighborhood hub structures are infill sort of a different character of development in established neighborhoods, like single-family residential. So there was more, the difference between requiring something and encouraging, which, by the way, these words that you see at the beginning of these policies were hotly debated. Just every single policy that was voted upon in terms of whether to require or encourage. Now, the reason that there's a difference here is because of this idea that this would be a new land use idea that would be included in well-established historical neighborhoods. So you'd have like a small market, like the Devonshire Canyon Market, in somewhere, for instance, in another neighborhood where there isn't one now. So the concern was there could be a lot more conflicts in terms of how it would look and appear and the scale and the mass of these buildings. And it would be implemented through a use permit process, and also they're saying that in this document elsewhere that you have to get a general plan amendment and a zoning amendment. So it'd be a very public process to go through, and so that's why they're saying you have to do it. So there's no design guideline necessarily, but then earlier in the document, as I noted, we would go through our residential design guidelines and talk about that as we re-look at our residential design guidelines. Encouraging neighborhood design to provide a sense of place is just giving guidance perhaps for those guidelines once we start reevaluating.
So, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Savay, the thing that we do see fairly consistently throughout the general plan is a stress on good design. And I know that we spend some time talking about the residential design committee. I believe, I don't know exactly which policy it is, that we've been talking about a commercial design committee. Is that correct, or do you have that number in there?
It says to re-look at our residential and commercial design guidelines. And I think that would include looking at how you implement it. I don't think it says you have to have a committee in there. I think it just says you should look at it and you should consider how it's implemented. And that may mean that some committee is set up. Currently, we have Residential Design Review Committee. We don't have anything for commercial design. So that would be part of the development of a commercial design element, or a design ordinance or guidelines.
So what I would like to see is, again, there's significant and important stress put on good design. It is something that we hear continually on the dais. I like this project, it's well designed. I don't like this project because of its design. This is something we do need to spend some time to take a look at. Mr. Savay, page 44, action LU 3.3, work with Samtrans, other public agencies to provide public mass transit stop within, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to look somewhat obliquely over at Mr. Weil. What I would actually like as a deliverable is a study of where we need mass transit and when. I'm looking at this as an action item. Yes, it's a wonderful goal to have, a bus stop or a shuttle stop every quarter mile, but I have a feeling I could actually get more done at Samtrans if we had a study that said, here's where people are, these are the times they're there, and this is the kind of mass transit we need. So I'd like to put that out as something that I'd love to see. I think we had talked about that one. We had talked about that one. I'm good. The only other just general comment I will put out, Mr. Savay, is the maps are great. The colors are lovely. For some of us who are visually challenged, it would be great if you had a call-out box to say this is area 1 with a number, because frankly, I can't tell the difference between the colors. That's me. So
Fair enough. I think we can work on that.
that would rock.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Royce?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so first of all, I agree with everything that's been said so far. I think there's some great points. Well, only one I would like to consider, though, just backing off a little on would be performing arts centers. I think it would be nice to have one. I think where our two high schools go, our kids go to high school, there's Harrington at Sequoia, and at Carlmont just build a new facility. I know the mayor and I have been working with Children's Theater to get them to be able to utilize the Carlmont Theater. I mean, these things are brand new, they're beautiful, and they're empty. I mean, they're used once in a while, but the availability is there. So I think, again, sharing facilities between cities, at least in the near term, might be a good way to go. Long term would be great, but I think in the short term, again, sharing is great. I have maybe just 3 items. On page 39, where we talk about Cargill Alley, I'd like to expand that. I think if you think about Laurel, there's alleys on both sides. I would like to have that say that we really protect these. I envision a future where we're walking down Laurel or biking down Laurel, or you have your stroller, and the circulation of traffic works around the backside of Laurel. And if we make exceptions and put buildings, which we've just recently put one building on one of the alleys, it does restrict the traffic flow. So preserving, I think, our alleys for future carless type Laurel Street, I think, is really critical. Second item is under the annexation items on page 44, starting just a small point. I think we need a consideration of financial analysis when we do annexation. We've been involved in one over the past year. We know we're getting 13 cents. We say, well, there's no incremental cost, but eventually if you were to annex more and more and more, there is an increase of police costs and fire costs, the infrastructure cost, and I'm not sure that our 13 cents of property tax covers all those costs. And my last point is more of a question. The gateway on page 75, 11.12, it says to develop welcoming gateway areas that emphasize the unique qualities of San Carlos. We struggle with this. We're working now with Holly Street. How can we make that a gateway? Now we have on Industrial and Holly, when you get off the freeway, there's a couple of gas stations and an empty lot, maybe a hotel site, but it's going to be a challenge to how we make that a gateway. People coming in on alternate routes from Harbor or Whipple, those aren't our gateways, they're not our cities. Entrances from 280, which is Edgewood, and Ralston coming down through Alameda are not our entrances, although eventually they become. But to me, the gateway is when I see the Drake Building or the train station or the downtown. I don't know. I think I'm struggling with putting an objective on developing a gateway but I'm not sure where to put it or what it looks like or what it is. Comments on that? I don't know. And I think that's all my thoughts on land use.
Okay. Mr. Grocott?
Sure, thank you very much. You've been wondering why I've been so quiet tonight. It's because this is where I focused. So,
Okay, well, you're done. Thank you,
Ready,
Mr.
Mr.
Thank you for
Mayor.
your
Thank
comments,
you.
Mr.
Okay.
Grocott. Thank you
All
very
right.
much. Move on.
So, the first thing I wanted to concentrate on was the overall goals on page 17, I think it is. And so I read this, the San Carlos General Plan Vision Statement, and two things I thought were kind of missing and could be weaknesses from my estimation. One is, I don't think there's enough emphasis in our vision statement here for looking at educational opportunities. And I had mentioned this, I know Mr. Safay heard me say this way back in the very beginning, that I was hoping if we're going to look out this far that we could start looking at educational opportunities in San Carlos. And sure, we have, we're known for having really good K through middle school, right? And then we send our kids off to high school and they become, they're not really in San Carlos for school. What I'm speaking about is the opportunity for higher education. And if you look at communities like, for instance, Palo Alto and Menlo Park, why do they do so well economically and seem to be such stable communities? It's because of Stanford University. That provides a real economic engine for those two communities, and then that permeates, out as you get further away from the university. It becomes less of an influence, but it's still, Stanford University is a huge influence on all of Silicon Valley, and it's why we have the economy we do have here. And education acts that way. It acts as a ballast to your economy. When things are going up and down, and especially when things are going down, what do people do? They go back to school. Look at the attendance, people trying to get into even our community colleges right now. They have more students applying than they can possibly handle.
You're going to get mad at me, and I apologize.
Oh, okay.
But we have to talk about I appreciate your
Yeah.
comments, but we got to really point this thing. We will be here
Okay.
till midnight tonight. We have
Well,
5
the reason I'm
more
making
things
an
to do.
emphasis on that is because I did emphasize it at the very
I
beginning.
understand, and your point's
I
well
don't
taken.
see it
That's
in
fine,
here.
and then your point's- I
So
apologize.
I'll get off of it and move on.
Thank
But
you. I apologize.
I would appreciate it if there was some more emphasis on
Okay, I got it.
higher education. The other thing that I noticed missing from this general plan vision statement, and I especially noticed it in, I guess, the last sentence, San Carlos enjoys a wide variety of community venues, parks, trails, et cetera, et cetera. I see nothing in here about faith-based organizations. And I'm really concerned about it also when it comes to land use elements, because if a church or a mosque or a temple wants to locate in San Carlos, and I know of one right now that would like to, it's very difficult with the zoning we have and the requirements. Not everybody wants, a church next door to their house because of the noises that come out Sunday morning from a church. But I think it's something, especially if we're going to add to our population, as Mr. Lewis was talking about before, something we have to look at. We have churches in the community now, and we may want, or there may be others that would like to locate here, or like I say, mosques or temples. And there's not, it doesn't seem to anything, not only in this statement, but even throughout the document, that seems to address that and how we deal with that. So I see that as a weakness.
Are you saying you'd like to add it as a community venue?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the vision statement is a little different than the it's actually significantly different than the policies, actions, and goals in that it was, it came up through the GPAC, went to the Planning Commission. There was some debate about whether to change it. We presented the two options, which is really the GPAC vision statement, and then the Planning Commission had actually done a fairly significant rewrite of the vision statement. That went to council, and at that time the council said, well, all things considered, let's go with the GPAC vision statement. So that's what this is. And I hear what you're saying, but I think some of it, like the education, is addressed here, but specifically not higher education.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps that's a policy, a higher education policy to focus, because education is dealt with. I'm not sure if faith-based organizations are dealt with here, but I think we would need a little bit of a firmer guidance on changing the vision statement from its stat, like to come back to you with a rewrite of something or to add something. We would probably feel more comfortable if you were to give us direction either to add new policy on this, which might be more appropriate, or to go ahead and say, go ahead and add some language here.
I'm sorry I didn't look at the policy end of it. Maybe we don't change this vision statement so much, but I don't know, I didn't come prepared to, include policy statements regarding those things.
Yeah, and
But-
that's not a problem. In fact,
to
it's
see
easier
something
for
added.
staff to come up with policy than I think it would be for us to go ahead and change the vision statement.
statement.
It
All
was a
right, fair
different
enough.
sort of a process, and
Yeah, okay. While I'm turning pages here, I will say that I agree with Mr. Royce on the alley. I'm not sure we made the right decision on allowing the thing to be interrupted as we did, and I think what we have of the alley we should keep as a transportation element of pedestrian use, car use, whatever, but I think it should stay, and it's important. There's a couple of places in here, and I'm not going to necessarily point to all of them, but myself personally, I have a little problem with statements that basically say, here I found one, I think it's on page 32, the plan aims to improve the business climate to enhance municipal revenues. I have a problem with that myself, and maybe it's just for discussion of the council, but the council would like to jump in on this, but I've always been of a mind that if, for instance, in business, if you take care of your clients will take care of you. So you don't have as a goal to make money off your clients. You have as a goal to service your clients and do a good job for them, and they'll take care of you. And I think for the city to have that same attitude, that the city takes care of the citizens and serves them well, and we have a good economic climate and so forth, don't worry, you guys will be taken care of as city staff and police officers, firefighters, and everything. We'll have enough money to pay for things if we do a good job of managing the city, running the city, et cetera. But we don't set it up as a goal. I don't want to have as a goal out there that we're going to build, retail and do this and that so that we can have more money at City Hall. I think that's a poor way to look at it. Now, it is fair enough to say we want to have a good economy in San Carlos, and that good economy will support city services and so forth. I just have problems with putting in statements that say we're going to do this so that we have more revenue. I think we should look at it more broadly and more for the businesses and the citizens of San Carlos. That's who we're serving, that's who we work for, not the other way around. And so I have problems with statements like that being in our general plan. Just a sort of an editorial comment to all of us. I think on page 35 and the next page, these policies and so forth about developing TOD and higher density. In my opinion, this is the goal. These are the goals and policies that in the next 20 years are going to change San Carlos the most, from what it looks like today, or 10 years ago, or when I moved here in '93, to what it will be 20 years out. Doing the TOD along the train corridor, if we do Wheeler Plaza, if we do these projects, that's going to change the appearance and the character of this city more than anything else that's in this general plan. And I'm just pointing that out. I had a question about wording, and I think it was Al, you said that there was a lot of wrestling about what kind of words to use. Someone's already mentioned this. I think Mr. Lewis mentioned maintain downtown as the city's central gathering place. And maybe, Brad, you might have a comment about this because you said also about Burton Park. Do we want to just maintain, or do we want to grow on what we have? And I'm not sure maintain's the proper word.
Yeah, and our
there.
strategic, planning, we talk about this lock, the difference between maintain or enhance.
Right.
So I certainly would it seems like, one way to look at the general plan is to say, at minimum, like, we have to accept this as a floor. The other one is to actually say, this is our central gathering place, and we want to enhance it.
Well, and it speaks also to your concern earlier about population growth. If we're going to see that kind of population growth, we might need a few more family rooms, as it were, in town to gather.
Yeah, I think it's worth discussing.
Okay.
Putting enhance in there.
I had a question for I suppose Mr. Weil on page 38. Could we add something about parking or paving that allows water to drain through instead of off of areas that we put in paving? I think it falls under that, because I put it there on that page. I'm not sure why I put it there.
There is somewhere in here a permeable surfaces element.
I believe it's in environmental management.
There you go.
Is it? Okay, so we've got that covered? Okay, very good.
Nice job, Robert. Good job.
You can do a cabbage patch. Go right ahead.
Try to go through
You want
this.
to bust out, I can tell.
Oh, the comment about, I think Mr. Ahmad mentioned about the Samtrans goal, and I mentioned it earlier about every quarter to a half mile. I think that's way over the top myself, but I would generalize it to where we'd like to have some kind of public mass transit that's more integrated and works with what we have with the bus system, the train system, but does permeate a little bit more into the community so that it works. The difficulty is, it's great to take the train if you live, a lot of people on the east side take the train, or people live downtown can take it, but if you live up in them there hills, unless your spouse is dropping you off or something like that in the morning, kiss and ride kind of stuff, which is going to be in the plan for it. It's a little difficult. So maybe generalize that statement and get rid of the quarter to half mile. That's what I would think. Randy, I think it was mentioned the annexation ordinance, the policies. But I would just point out, Mr. Mayor, that it says in here we need to do an annexation ordinance, and we've got a strategic plan coming up, retreat. Maybe we want to look at putting that on the to-do list. On page 48, there's a thing about encourage new commercial development on parcels fronting Highway 101 to expand the city's tax base. I remember when I was going into my year as the mayor, I talked about along the corridors where we have a lot of public exposure, like El Camino and 101, that we work on changing our appearance and upgrading our architecture and our look. It's maybe not gateway stuff, but all along 101, for instance, we should work to improve what we look like. And so I think under that policy, perhaps we add something or put another bullet point, encourage the new commercial development on parcels fronting Highway 101 to have, a better architectural appearance than what's there now. There are a few examples of what looks nice, at Britain and 101, and then also I forget what their name is now. They've changed it a few times.
And Pamphil look nice.
And Pamphil look nice. That's right. Yeah. Okay. I think that's about it. Yep, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grocott.
you, Mr.
I just
Mayor.
had one thing. I apologize, I'm not sure what page it would be on, if it's even in here. Mr. Savay, are we changing the density for the downtown area? Are we reducing it for housing?
Yeah. So the current general plan has a density in this area, as I mentioned, from 60 to 80. So that's the current density. So that density was reduced to 21 to 59 in this brown area, and also the pink area along San Carlos Avenue. And then the rest of it goes to 50. So the rest of it, all the mixed use along the corridor, El Camino Real, and the Wheeler Plaza area and downtown would be a maximum of 21 to 50, and the rest would be 21 to 59 in the higher density area, so it was reduced. It was.
Okay, because I have an email from the Chamber of Commerce that I got today, that they were, I guess they were speaking more in the EIR, but it seems like it would be in this area. They're not in favor of that. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
Through the chair, didn't, as I remember, I know we brought down some of the upper density limits. Didn't we also raise some of the medium density? Didn't we go from?
We did.
We did, right? So
Yeah,
there-
let me,
there's some adjusting that we did. I think we just were worried about super high density.
Understand. No,
But I'm just.
I just want to make sure this is in the record.
I'm not
That's
sure. I guess what I'm going to, though, is the question that you started with is are we net loss?
Yes, we are at a net loss. Here's how it lays out. Here's what the Planning Commission originally had recommended, and it shows some of the GPAC numbers here. So our highest density, as you can see, we sort of had a, in our old general plan, we went to 15 to 40, and then it jumped up from 40 to 80. But it became more fine-grained as we looked at development patterns and what people wanted to happen. So Planning Commission recommended, for instance, multiple family medium density 21 to 59, and that stuck with, after discussion with the council, again in that central core area around downtown. And then mixed use, mixed use medium density then. There was concern then about, and this is mostly around downtown, the El Camino corridor area. And so there was concern there. Well, we don't want it to go outside that core multifamily residential and core downtown area. So let's go back down to 50, as you can see. So, and then on the bottom, mixed use high density again went from 60 to 80 to 21 to 59.
Okay. Again, I just wanted to make sure we got that on the record.
Mr. Mayor, just through the
Sure.
chair, while we have changed the medium density, I think it is appropriate to note that we have not said no to higher density. There is a mechanic that if there is higher density, it can be done, but it needs to come
Understand.
with a process. So
Sure, there's
the
no-
door's not shut.
No, I understand. Yeah, it was just I wanted to make sure that got in the record. Okay. Okay, Mr. Klein, your turn. Because if you don't talk now, quite honestly, you may not get a chance. Just kidding, but the hour is getting late, and you may have to go home.
First
used
off,
to it.
Mr. Lewis, it's 4-1 in the ninth. We're losing.
Thanks.
So, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, for letting me speak. I really don't have much to say. I'm not going to talk about anything specific. I'm just going to talk about the process. The previous council who put together this GPAC asked for an open and honest process and asked for it to be in depth with a lot of public input. And that's exactly what you have in this general plan. The process was good. City staff, Al Sabay, and the consultants did a phenomenal job preparing us and working with us and really gave us all the information we asked for. They put together things that I don't even think they thought we were going to ask for. But we had all the stuff at our fingertips, and the public was always given an opportunity to speak. The meetings went longer than this one, maybe we'll go. 26 over 18 months is a lot, and that doesn't count the subcommittee work or the staff meetings, emails, public meetings, everything else. It was an incredible process. And, it's really reflective of where we want to go as a community, I believe. I believe no one won going into this room. Everyone lost a little bit, but we gained as a community. No specific agenda was put first above all. It was what was best for San Carlos. So I just want to say, if tinker with it, make some changes. I think when you get into substantive changes, you may be going against what the community wants. I think there are places where you can fiddle, but the intent, I think, needs to remain the same. And I would push for you to go with the intent that the GPAC brought forward in this general plan. It's incremental, but that's the way San Carlos is. We are not a leap off the cliff type of community. We like to take our time, and we like to think about things, and we like to move. We like to plan forward, but not too far forward where we lose our community. And with that, I just want to thank the public, staff, and consultants, and especially the committee members, most of which who aren't here because they probably don't ever want to hear the word general plan again. but they did a phenomenal job, and the 14 of them really deserve the true thank you. They put in tireless effort, and I think that speaks to how great our community is when you can find 14, 15 members sit down in a room, sometimes every week for 5 to 6 hours, just pumping this stuff out. It is important, and the committee knew that, and we did the best we could. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Klein. Ms. Hoffman?
Hello. Mary Jo Hoffman, Vice Chair for the GPAC and also Commissioner for the Art and Culture Commission. I'm only speaking for myself, however, so I don't want to mislead you by thinking I'm representing them. I wanted to answer a couple of questions, really, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. One of them was, Mr. Lewis, you had mentioned about historical sites in and around the downtown area. There's actually a few. The train station, Drake Building, Carlos Club, Museum. There's actually a couple homes that are listed as kind of a mixed-use area. So there's actually quite a few, and I'd be happy to pass on for you what the Heritage Association has put together so that you have kind of a good idea of what's going on from a historical perspective. The other thing I wanted to mention is that both Mr. Royce and Mr. Lewis talked about a performing arts center. As all of us know that that's something that's of great interest. Obviously, it's not anything that we know is going to be recognized or realized in the next few years, but certainly as we're looking at a 20-year plan, that's something to consider. What I might ask that you know, as a suggestion, if a performing arts center isn't something that quite meets the bill, maybe something of a cultural center or a community center, because what we lack is places to enjoy and develop the arts and a place for people to meet. The library isn't always sufficient. This building is not sufficient. There's a number of ways in which the community can congregate and share, not just in the arts, but in whatever other cultural experiences we could have. So I just wanted to give that out to the council members for consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hoffman. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on the land use element part? Okay, move on, Mr. Savay.
Okay, moving on to the environmental management element.
What about circulation and scenic highway?
You know, that was, again, updated in 2005, 2008,
Okay, great.
and it was not substantially
No problem.
updated here,
Thank you.
so no need to
Okay,
talk
thank you
about
very
it.
much. Moving on.
Environmental management element, this covers sustainability in our community, and it covers biological resources, open space, hydrology, et cetera. What I'd like to do is just point out a couple of policies here. And let's see, going to, page 146, EM 9.2 at the top of the page. And this is, again, in nexus with the Climate Action Plan. It calls out that we should adopt a green building code as called for in the Climate Action Plan. But the issue there is that option one is the option that suggests that we don't do that. So we may need some clarification, or we may, if it's okay, staff, I think we need to look at clarifying that to conform with option one if that's the direction that the council's going to go in. But it's something to think about.
Okay.
Just wanted to point that out.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Grocott?
On this one?
Yes. Okay.
I'm good.
Mr. Ahmad? Sorry. Need more stickies?
Got quite a few. Mr. Zavay, page 121, policy EM 1.3, work to manage or eliminate non-native invasive species from city-owned property and open space. Can you speak a little bit to the motivation behind that and how that's supposed to be addressed?
I think there is generally a program to do that in the Parks and Recreation Department. I see Doug back there, but you know, non-native invasive plants, you know, in terms of biological diversity, it's an issue. And so to maintain our biological diversity and maintain our natural California habitat and flora, that's the idea, is to get rid of those wherever we can. If there's guys out there clearing brush in the hills above one of the parks, then it would be a direction to them to do that on city property.
I also just wanted to see if this really mostly around flooding issues.
Oh, with regard to flooding
Right.
issues, how this
I mean, is this all the junk that's in the creeks and stuff?
No, I
No.
think that
Okay.
this is more for the biological side, natural habitat.
Great. I'm sorry. Page 124, item EM 2.4, dealing with recycled water. There's different colors of pipes, which I'll kind of go, okay, there's different colors of pipes. Is this, give me a little bit more background, how would this be implemented? I realize this is a policy. Is this something that we need to attach to all of our buildings? How would this take place?
I'm going to ask our Public Works Director to comment on that.
I think this is one that's intentionally vague. I've been involved in developing recycled water systems, and it's quite an undertaking. There is a recycled water supply available to the city of San Carlos. It's produced by the South Bayside System Authority, but it would take a great investment in developing a distribution system to make use of it in San Carlos. So I think the intent here is that it's planning for the future, but it may not be well worded to that effect.
Okay. Thank you. Page 147, policy 10.1, promote consumption of locally grown food. Question there is, have we defined local?
I think within the
California?
borders, within the borders of San Carlos.
Within
I think
city
is
limits?
the intent, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Wow, really?
So can I add on that? I've actually been talking to a company that does want to do that and build greenhouses where they're 40, 50 feet high and produce vegetables and for sale locally in San Carlos.
Hydroponics.
I don't know why, but images of Humboldt County came to mind when you were talking about 40-foot greenhouses. I'm just,
Isn't it
it's a
called
cash crop.
hydroponics?
Okay, eat local, folks. Page 148, policy 11.1, encourage and support higher density. I don't know if this is a wording issue, but higher density than what is in the plan or than what is today?
And it's intended, again, for just those specific areas, and it doesn't mean higher than what's proposed. It just means those are our higher density areas, and it should be done in these areas. Yeah,
So if there is higher density, it should be in those areas?
Yeah.
Okay, I might suggest some wordsmithing there. The last point, page 152, policy 12.3, encourage public blah, 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 through incentives. There's always a good question about what incentives are we talking about here. So rather than go down the road of a discussion here, I'll point it out as a point of, and what do incentives mean? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmad. Mr. Lewis?
I really only have one that hasn't been covered, and that's,
What incentives, such as, right.
Mr. Survey, on 122 Action EM 1.4, I just didn't understand how researching and consider the adoption of an outdoor lighting ordinance related to the goal of protecting natural habitat and other biological resources. It sort of seemed like the SAT test to me a little bit. And that one popped out to me as not like one of the other elements in this goal. Is that the right place for that? I mean, it's not that I object to that idea.
Shows up in another place, too.
Yeah, I think
It
it's
does. And I know that we
it's
have avid, there's.
And I think it is in a couple of places, and there was discussion of circadian rhythms and how it affects humans and animals, and
Which brings me to the 40-foot greenhouse point, but
yeah.
anyway.
But I mean, there's some research to suggest that our lights affect, nighttime nocturnal creatures, and that we should be mindful of that.
Does that mean the Carlos Club has to turn their lights down, or?
Well, for new development,
No,
it's
just kidding, Al,
suggesting,
just kidding. Wasn't a question.
So maybe like in Arguello Park, some of the
It
nighttime
would be
lighting,
here.
stuff like
That kind of thing,
that could be more
yeah.
conducive to the natural
Yeah, it
habitat.
would be.
Okay, I'll buy it. I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Royce, it's your turn.
just a few here on page 123. This whole goal of promoting healthy streams, I want to point out there was a creeks committee. Brian, you may know about that, about 3 or 4 years ago. Len Matterman did an excellent job. So I just recommend we just kind of go through that, see if there's anything that we're missing. Plus the fact that I think I'm right in saying most of these creeks reside on private property. They're in people's yard. And so the difficulty is you could kind of recommend and so forth and educate, but it gets tricky here. So again, there's some good work that's been done by that team. Make sure we look at it. I'm not as familiar with it because it was done about 5 years ago, I think. Second one is on page 125. We kind of covered this in the climate area too, on 3.3, a program for planting trees and so forth around the parks and in our cities. Does it make sense to also have some language in there on protecting our existing trees? I know we have a preservation of a heritage tree. I know we just reviewed some fees a month and a half ago that has a fee for taking a tree down, for inspection and taking it down, a permit. Also a fine if you get caught taking a tree down that you don't have a permit for. But I'm still not really satisfied. I think, you know, saving one big oak tree can do a heck of a lot more than planting 20 new trees. I mean, currently, 20 new trees would be great for the future. But again, planting new, protecting old. And my last point is, and I bring it up, it's on page 127, 4.7. Most of our language in this is the verbs are very soft. It's encourage, discourage, support, to review, to continue. But this says to prohibit. And it talks to, and in theory, I actually agree with much of what it says, to prohibit sale of city-owned open space properties. But I'm not sure, I firmly, or I'll tell you where I'm coming from. I think it should not be used to generate revenues that get spent in the general fund. But for swapping, where we could sell open space and buy other open space that we think's more usable or better to connect our paths, or sell open space and convert to park. There may be, you know, park and open space kind of go together. I'd hate to have something in here because prohibit is a pretty strong verb, and I'd like to have more flexibility for future councils on how to act on 4.7.
Chair?
Mr.
I'm
Grover?
not sure, to Mr.
Am I
Royce's
reading that right?
point, yeah, that I don't think this would prohibit swapping or trading. It just is saying, and this came up when we were early on in the turf issue, I think. There was concerns that there was a parcel up near Club Drive.
Yeah, well, that's the one I'm going to speak to also.
Yeah.
But I agree with Mr.
So-
Royce. I agree with Mr. Royce on this one. That
right,
was my
prohibit.
first one. Prohibit, because that's the poster child for me of a space that you might be able to get a lot better use of, you know, somewhere else, or in other words, and I see your point. It doesn't say it prohibits a swap or whatever, but that word prohibit really throws me off completely. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, that's all
that
right,
was
yeah,
what
I think what it's trying to say is you can't sell property just for revenue.
Right, and I agree with Mr. Royce on that. I don't want to do that.
I think that's
But
what
if
it's
we have an
saying.
opportunity for selling X to buy Y or improve Y, I think we should take advantage. I'm sorry, Mr. Royce, you're still.
No, I'm done.
Okay. Well, that was the first one. I really believe that prohibit, because the North Crestview piece, it's even listed here as a park in this report. And I'm like, what? I mean, it's a bunch, it's open space. I mean, it's vacant land, in my opinion, not open space.
Yeah, that parcel was bought for road purposes back in the.
Right, I understand,
so
but it's listed,
yeah.
but it's listed here in a number of places as a park, at least 2 places, and I think that's wrong, in my opinion. And I think prohibit is just not, because I think we, like Mr. Royce said, we need the flexibility, and however you want to wordsmith that puppy, I don't want to use it for general purposes, but I think for park or open space related issues, I believe we should have that flexibility, and future councils should too. Anyway, that was one point. 132. EM policy 5.10. I'm confused on page 132. It says require property owners developing sites of less than 1 acre to prepare a stormwater pollution prevention plan. In other words, if I have a house or if I have a vacant lot and I want to build a house on it, do I have to have a stormwater pollution prevention plan? Do I now?
Yeah. Deborah, I'm going to have Deborah address that one.
It just seems, especially when it says, I can understand, I guess intuitively, I would think if you had a big piece of property, that'd be over 40,000 square feet, but
This particular, through the chair and Mr. Mayor, this particular policy represents the NPDES permit, which is, we are required to participate in. But we did have some conversation about this through the EIR also that says, there could be a significant impact if you don't just look at stormwater pollution control in general. So the memo that we attached to your staff report, page 3, the bottom action on there, we've rewritten to be more inclusive, to just say best management practices when doing construction so that we keep the water clean.
I have no problem with trying to get water clean. I just want to make sure that all of a sudden we just add a huge layer of, wow, that sounds like a big deal. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a question to follow on the next one, because one talks about a 1 acre parcel, and the next one, it doesn't mention size, so would that be for all parcels, whatever size that you might develop on? Do
I
we
guess
care?
so. 511, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, it'd be my pleasure to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Ahmad, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. 147, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. The reason I brought that up, Mr. Mayor, is do we want that to apply to certain size parcels, or? Because to your point, again, if you're
Mr.
working.
Survey, do you have a comment on that?
I finally get to speak. This is a mitigation measure recommended policy that came out of the environmental analysis. And the idea was it's just to offset the potential for groundwater depletion during any type of dewatering activity. It certainly would be scaled according to the size of the development. And if it were just, you probably wouldn't have as much dewatering on a single family parcel as you would where you're going down with deeper excavations. But the idea is to avoid any depletion of overall groundwater resources. So that's why it was worded the way it is.
Okay, so it's evaluation, and hopefully for a single-family home would be a far less tedious thing than it would be for 100 units. 147 EM 10.1, oh no, action 10.1. I had a question. To support establishment of organic edible food gardens on commercial, public, and quasi-public properties. What's a quasi-public property?
Well, the first one that comes to mind is the SBWMA property. It is.
Okay.
A quasi, governmental agency. So it's that kind of thing.
You mean PG&E would fall into that too?
I suppose so.
Okay.
If you're born there, you're from the quasi-tribe.
Quasi-tribe, yeah. Great, thank you.
Nonprofits.
Okay. Well, again, I had to ask. It threw me. I didn't know what that meant and what the purpose was. 161, just about 30 more on this now. That 161 again on the North Crestview Park, or it says park. I don't believe it is a park. It's an undeveloped park site. Maybe, but it really wasn't. I believe that needs to be adjusted.
Should you move it from
You're correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped into 7. I apologize. Never mind. Sorry.
You just had to go first on
Had to
something
go first
tonight.
on 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else want to talk on 6, environmental management element? Anyone from the public? Okay. Mr. Savay, why don't we go to 7? Sorry.
Well, I'm going to err on the side of brevity and just go right to action PR 1.10 on page 173. And we are talking about the Parks and Recreation element. And this goes back to the policy that you noted in the last one where it said prohibit the sale. This has a similar idea in that it says all city-owned park facilities and open space facilities should be rezoned to retain their existing use. And then after that was drafted and discussed at the Planning Commission level, there was some discussion at that level. And then staff and the city attorney regrouped and thought about the flexibility that, the city may want to have more flexibility. And also, it sort of hamstrings the city in that, let's say you wanted to put a trail across Park, the way it's currently written, it wouldn't necessarily allow you to do that. So on page 4 of your attachment, we have suggested some new language in consultation with the city attorney. PR 1.10, you can see the language there. All city-owned park facilities as defined in the municipal code should be rezoned to allow only such uses. City may change the zoning if it finds that such a change will meet the goals of the Parks and Recreation element of the general plan. So that's the current suggested language after discussion following the Planning Commission meeting for that policy.
So you still want to rezone it?
That was the policy or the action that came out of the GPAC, and also there was a good deal of discussion at the Parks and Recreation Commission when they looked at this element as well.
Yeah,
So that's the direction we're getting from those groups and
I
Planning Commission.
apologize, but since you brought it up, and this is, ties to that North Crestview piece, I have difficulty with that because of that specific piece. I don't think I have a difficulty with Burton Park or Crestview Park or Highlands Park, but that space, because you're defining it over here, that bothers me, so.
And I think
don't know.
that piece of property can be removed from the description of
Okay, then I don't-
parkland.
Okay,
if
then I don't
that-
get.
Indeed, it's not.
And even open space, but even, yeah, it's not an open space park facility either, in my opinion.
It's just city-owned property, vacant city-owned property.
That's my call, but I mean, other people may have other input. Okay. Comments on number 7, Mr. Lewis? I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Mayor, just
Oh, I'm
one
sorry, I
other.
apologize, yeah.
One other comment. PR 3.7 on page 177. Protect the youth center as a valuable venue exclusively for youth activities and programs. There was a good deal of discussion about, again, flexibility in the future. What ifs? What if the city runs into more difficulty and desperately needs space for adult activities? Should the youth center be used? And the General Plan Advisory Committee put together this policy, and this is what came through the GPAC into the Planning Commission. So I just wanted to point it out.
Thank you. Okay,
That's
Mr.
it.
Lewis, on number 7?
Sure. So in the 1.10, 170, on page 173, it says open space park facilities. All city-owned park facilities and open space park facilities. So I'm just, we have a lot of different city-owned properties that may or may not fall into that definition. And I'm not sure it's clear to me in the information, like, for instance, Chilton. Is that considered an open space park facility? In other words, in the 7.1, it's not listed as a color or a category or. So I guess I'm just not sure, what type of open space that references, or is it all types of open space? So maybe that we could get some clarity there, because I think some of those parcels will, for me, determine how much I support that as an action. Because I think they're they're not defined.
Did you not read your municipal code? It says it's defined there.
Yeah, right.
I don't think the designation of open space park facilities is an actual designation.
Oh, I don't think it
I
is.
think it's new verbiage. So we can we can treat that as the next, you guys can take a look into that, and maybe we can take a look at that action element with more specific designations. And then I have a question. I think there's discrepancies within the general plan as far as what open space, on page 28 in the land use element, open space, between park and open space, it's 167 acres in the city. On page 160, 161 in here, park and open space adds up to 139.8 acres. So which is I guess I'm not sure I understand the discrepancy, or which one is the number we're dealing with?
I believe that the first table includes undeveloped open space, whereas the table 7.1 includes just parklands. I
Okay,
think
so
that's what the difference
139.8 equals parkland.
Pardon?
So when we talk about 2.5 acres of traditional parkland per 1,000 population, that's the 139.8. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so most of my, or conversation about this is on page 172, policy 1.1, provide a minimum of 2.5 acres of traditional parkland for every 1,000 residents, and provide a park facility within a half mile of every resident. Now, I know funding's the whole big deal here, right? So that and just available properties to be able to fulfill some of these policies. The word provide on policy 1.1 means that we, by my math, and this is a low population count, it doesn't even go to the ABAG numbers of 34,000, but at 32,303, which was what our population was estimated at in the general plan, it means we'd have to have 219.8 acres of parkland, which is a gain of over 80 acres of parkland in the next 22 years. I believe that's the math.
And my understanding is that this is consistent with all the already adopted master plan, the Parks Master Plan. So what we looked at is consistency between that document that was previously adopted.
Mhm.
So these numbers are consistent with that, and Doug Long is here. He may want to say it's not, but that's the idea, is that those two numbers, that number was already agreed upon in the master plan, and so we're just reflecting that number here. And it was agreed to also through GPAC discussion and so forth.
Sure, and so, I mean, I'm just saying, I think there's a broader discussion that needs to take place, though, when we say provide it, even if we previously committed to it, if now we can identify it as whether or not that's feasible or not. I mean, I think we have to talk about that as a council. And if we have to revise something, we have to revise something. Nobody would be more for this than me, don't get me wrong. But I also don't want it to be, I mean, it just, on some level, I just don't know that it's feasible as a policy that we commit to provide. As a goal, I completely support it. And I think in the policy, then I think we have to talk about maybe some of the process stuff that I brought up earlier, which is, let's start a planning document that identifies parcels, funding mechanisms, a plan for the funding mechanisms, put those on a schedule. I'm all for that. But in 22 years, we had 80 acres of parkland. I mean, I love it, but I don't think it can be done.
Well, I think, as Mr. Savay said, if it was in the other one, then we have to go back and speak to that also. I mean, they were just basically carrying along.
Yeah, and if I did my math right, it wouldn't be 218. We're close to that now at, if you do it based on developed parkland, it's 66 acres per 1,000 residents. You're looking at almost 2.4 acres per 1,000. So I don't think we need to gain, unless I did my math wrong, and it's certainly possible. But they do that based on developed acres. So I had the math done earlier. So if the population's 27,108 or whatever they base it on, if you do the division into 66 acres, I think you come out to about 2.4.
Yeah, I was basing this on 32,303 population projected in
Yeah,
2030.
and that's the conflict. The master plan uses a population of 27,000. That's where the discrepancies are between the master plan and the general plan. We have some numbers of discrepancies in there. And the other point about the open space is open space parks are designated areas where you're not going to develop, whereas open space generally, as somebody alluded to in talking about one of the parklands, specifically Chilton, that's available for development. You put swings and slides and, you know, those kinds of amenities at those particular parks. Open spaces don't lend themselves to development, and so that's the difference between that. So some of the open space that that was discussed or referred to early on that had 107, that included some open space that's not open space parkland, and I think that would be the difference.
Okay, so to say it's a little bit confusing would be sort of accurate, though, and I guess our purpose is to have a general plan that obviously we can follow and that it doesn't have discrepancy and it has the right amount of definition. So I think in this area we have to go a little bit farther to really understanding what it is that we're talking about here, especially when we come down to a policy of real specific math, like, you know, 2.5 acres for every 1,000 residents. I just need to know what we're committing to. And what provide really means. So
absolutely,
I think we need some clarification there. So I guess this gets back to the discussion of.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor, but that's a vision, again, 20 years. And if you look at the actions that support that, they're less onerous in terms of how to get there. The goal is, the bar is set high. I think you're right about that. It doesn't say if you don't meet it, anything happens, but it sets the bar high to try and get there. And then if you look at the actions, though, it doesn't, that's where sort of, again, the rubber meets the road in terms of what we have to do to get there. And it just says explore, work, and continue, as opposed to require or, you know, do this. Yeah, shall. So that's the difference. It sets the bar high, but then the actions are a little bit less onerous.
Yeah.
So it's a vision.
You know, I guess what just drives me a little bit nutty is, I mean, I think we should be accountable to a policy that says provide. And, you know, as council members, we need goals to work toward, and we need, you know, schedules and so forth. So I guess I see that if it's not enforceable, it's not a policy, it's a goal, right? A policy to provide is a deliverable. And to me, if I'm the public, I'll take this document, I'll come to council and said, it's in your general plan. You said you'd provide it. Where's the plan? It's a commitment. I mean, that's just the way that I see it. What you're saying is, no, it's kind of slippery. The actions we can do.
Mm-hmm.
This is not something we necessarily can do. So I guess I don't see how that's a policy.
And so
It's
one
not
option would just
enforceable.
be to say strive to provide, or some other language that's less restricting or
I
driven.
think we have to if it's a policy. I mean, unless this math works out and we can do it, because I would love to do it. But if we can't do it, if it's not feasible, then I think that we have to step back from the commitment.
Maybe we discuss.
Through the chair.
Let you guys
Mr. Grocott.
discuss it. I'm done.
The next policy under what Mr. Lewis has been talking about, the provide a park facility within half a mile of every resident, I'd be curious to know what do we have now? And
Well, there's a
so-
map, on here that shows basically the only thing we're missing, I think it's 7.1, 7.2, sorry. The only area that's really missing that is the Eaton Avenue area. Do I have that right? It's on
What page are you in?
page 164.
Okay, thank you.
The yellow area. Okay. So, again, I just want to, you know, partly there's a difference between a general plan as a planning document, something we're committing to, and what the spirit of which this, and I completely love the spirit of it, and I just want to be sure that, because you know, I'll come back and look at this and I'll hold everybody to this. So I'll yield the
Yeah, this
floor
yellow
for
area.
discussion.
Yeah.
And
Okay, thank you. I can't remember. I'm so frigging with me here. Mr. Ahmad?
I think you kind of hit on that. I would like, there is in that map on page 164, there's a tiny chunk of yellow right at the end of Palomar Park. That's going to be funky to try to put something in there, but
Well, proximity to Pulgus Ridge, we could add proximity to open space area and you'd be done. Yeah.
yeah, which could work. So I'll move from that. I think the only thing I would bring up is on page 177, policy 3.7. I just want to express strong support for maintaining the youth center as youth exclusive.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Maintain the youth center is for
As
youth
youth exclusive.
youth exclusive.
And that's the end of my comments there.
Okay. Mr. Grocott?
None.
Okay, Mr. Royce?
Yes. Let's see here. Page 173, 1.10. Again, there are some strong words here. Starts off with all.
Right.
Permanently, basically it says to all parks and open space to be rezoned to permanently retain their existing use. If this is going to be a long-term document, I think uses can change. Lacrosse may replace soccer, and cricket may replace baseball someday in this country. I don't know. But anyway, I think we need to be flexible for use there. So when I use permanently retain existing use, I'm not sure if that's restricts us, becomes too strong, because things will change. Second of maybe 3 items I think I have here. Where is that? 176. Page 176, 2.10. Study the feasibility and desirability of reopening and/or expanding pedestrian and bicycle pathways. We haven't talked about this. We talked a lot in the beginning of this section about all the trails in our parks and up in Eden Park and all the connection, what we call the connection of our San Carlos trails. But when hot harvest night goes on a Thursday night, you have a lot of people that are going downtown. And I've spoken before, I think there can be significant enhancements and opportunities to improve the pedestrian walkways under the railroad tracks. There's 2 pedestrian bicycles that go through to Old County from El Camino to Old County Road. Right now you go through, it's a concrete wall, you come out, and there's kind of gravel and a sidewalk here and there, but it's not very attractive. A little landscaping, a little turning, basically some attractive connectivity of pedestrian and bicycle trails from Old County to downtown. And then also from our neighborhoods, from White Oaks and other areas to downtown. One example, I know there's a temporary, although it's been several years, a closure of a path called Postman's Path, which a lot of people go from Devonshire Canyon to downtown, down Carmelita. There used to be a path that goes from the dead end of Carmelita, comes out at Orange and Cedar. I know a lot of the creeks committees were talking about trying to improve and make accessible trails along our creek. Now, there's some homes there's some complications, but I surely would like to make sure we pay attention to 210. When it says to reopen and to expand the pedestrian and bicycles, I think we need to look within a quarter mile of our downtown and see how we get our people to and from town in a quiet, no traffic, safe area, and so forth. So that's that one. And the last one, or maybe one more, on youth center. Maybe I have a little twist on youth center. I do believe it's exclusively for youth. I do think I'm also a firm believer of trying to maximize our use of our facilities. If we have an expensive facility, I mean, that children are in school Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., if there's a senior group that could create some revenue generation and use a facility and be done by 2 when the kids get out of school, I think we need to be open to that. I know that crosses a lot of heritage and reason. I know that it was built, there's donations that were made, for the youth center, but I'm also trying to include some flexibility. Things change. We need to think about how uses change. I think those kids that are in the youth center now, 50, 60 years from now, when they're seniors, they're going to want to go back to maybe that youth center, maybe use it as a senior center. But I would like to, and I don't know how, maybe I'd like to get some input a little bit from council. Omar, we already heard from. I think he wants to keep it totally youth. I'd like to have some flexibility there. I think this is a really critical issue that I think the GPAC group had talked about, and we need to decide maybe not tonight, I don't know. And my last item, so, the mayor, you could maybe get some other input on that. And the last item is on page 180, 5.5. It says to continue to support our community events. I really do think that, Doug and your organization, Park and Rec, have tremendous opportunities to look at how we manage and support our community events. We have areas like, or items like, or activities, events like Hometown Days, which are totally done by a volunteer group. We have concerts that's pretty much predominantly done by our Park and Rec. We have areas like home decorations that was done by our cultural arts, and now a volunteer group has done it. So in budget constraints and San Carlos together, I think we need to define maybe a policy or some guidelines on how the city can best work with our community and our volunteer groups in San Carlos together to put on the community events. So if I was to be short-winded, I would say we need to define how to support community events in changing times right now.
Okay,
And so with that, maybe the only, and if you'd like to get further input, you could ask on Youth Center. I think that's a tricky one.
As I mentioned on 161 North Crestview, Park, I already mentioned that. 173, flexibility in 1.10, which was mentioned. I agree with Mr. Ahmad on the youth center. So I think the problem is that once I just really have difficulty, the neighborhood, et cetera. I mean, I guess you could go each specific item and look at it specifically, but it would have to be really managed really well to change. I worry about the parking. I worry about the traffic. I worry about folks coming in and coming out. I mean, that was set up the way it was set up. And the youth, they may get dropped off, but they don't drive. But that's what the youth center's for. So that's what I'm concerned about. So anyone wishing to speak on item 7? All right. Move on to item 8.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One here.
Oh, no.
Sorry. I guess you should look up, I guess.
You should know that if it's parks, I would be here.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Bonnie McClure. On the amended parks that's on your page 4 that was brought up, I would like to see all city-owned park facilities and open space facilities as defined by the municipal code should be rezoned, and then it doesn't say to what. And it should be rezoned to parks and open space. But I agree with you that flexibility should be left to the council. If you wanted to trade an unused open space for a more usable space for parkland, that perhaps that would be okay. The only thing I can remember, though, is when the rocks at the top of Arguello Canyon were proposed to be developed so that we could do something over at Highlands Park. That was selling to a developer to build houses. It should not be development for houses. It should be development for developed parkland or use thereof. So you have to be careful with the word developed. And the other thing is that I think this should be reworded so that they are named as park and open space, but that you would have the flexibility if you provided at least as much space. And the other question that you had about open space, little parcels and things, there may be a few of them that would be trailheads for potential parks that could be used. And so when you say open space, I think of open space as Eaton Park and Big Canyon, because those are trails. That's not developed park land. So please be careful about the word developed.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Excuse me,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. Before you go on to item 8, I just want to make one more comment.
Go ahead.
And that was, so I think one of the things we talked about is maybe strive to provide on policy 1.1. I would put more teeth in action 1.2, which is, right now it says work to fund land acquisition for parks and open space. Can we do some sort of an implementation, a schedule for an implementation idea? In other words, schedule a funding acquisition plan to, like, say, 2 years from now. So we have an active plan that is identifying funding sources and parcels and keeping that active, because it changes all the time. But when I was in the Park and Rec Commission, it's just kind of this moving target. I would love the Park and Rec Commission to stay on top of that and have an active action that supports a goal that I think a lot of people believe in. And then I think we'd both have teeth in it and action, and then we could say strive to provide, and we'd have the right combination of two things there. So that would just be my suggestion. Mr. Mayor?
I'll take over here from now. So anybody else want to speak on item 7? Public comment? Okay.
Mr. Royce, move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Great. Second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
That was
Okay, we have 2 more items to go, the community safety and services. Al?
Sure. Community safety and services. I'm going to keep my comments very brief. It was vetted by the fire department and the police department, who both were available to the General Plan Advisory Committee. We had staff from those agencies there, and they vetted this community safety and services element. On page 208, we had the Airport Land Use Committee suggest some language that we've added here. It's a statutory requirement that they had suggested that we needed to have in our general plan. And that's it.
Okay, can we
no
start, Matt? Comments?
Got 2 real quick. Mr. Savay, page 205, 4.4, mitigate indoor air intrusion potential. Can you give just a quick background on what that means?
My understanding is that came from Jim Polisi, our fire marshal, and the intent is to make sure that new construction, and I see our building official, but see if I get this right, is that for new construction, it should be constructed so if there's a fire with some commercial activity near residential, that the residential is built to a certain standard so that the gases or other materials from the fire don't get into your house, that you're protected in terms of as best you can from a construction standpoint. That's the intent.
So this is a combination of fire and building codes?
It's more of, came from the fire marshal. Is there anything that comes out of the building code? I don't think so. I think it was strictly from the uniform fire code type of issue. And we can always clarify that with Jim Polisi, but that's my understanding of where this policy originated.
Okay, so that's one, the last piece, page 210, item 6.3, maintain City Hall as an emergency operations center. Can you speak to that for just a moment?
And that was another fire department. Is anybody at the table want to deal with that? But that's where our emergency operations center is. It's in room 207. Did you want to speak to it?
I was just going to say that's just restating the current situation.
Yeah, so it's in City Hall. Typically, that's typical of most cities, if not all cities, have it somewhere around City Hall.
Terrific. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have a motion for 11:15, please?
We already went to 11:30.
Jeez. I'd like 11:15.
Thought you'd be longer.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ahmad and Mr. Grocott have spoken. Mr. Royce.
Okay, page 191, does it warrant, I know we just started some emergency supply services and so forth. Greater Eastside San Carlos made a contribution. They have a trailer. And I think some of the long-range planning with fire and safety is to provide some emergency supplies strategically placed around the city. When Katrina hit, I was there a couple of years later and found out everybody the next day went to the downtown park and there was nothing there. But cell phones didn't work, no communication, no radio. They just don't know where to go. People go to parks. So I think there's some good work that's being done to include some of that. It could be a good action. Second of three is on page 208, it talks about sponsoring hazardous material pickup, and 4.1 and 4.5 to participate in household hazardous waste collection. Based on our last meeting, we are pursuing having an outside company actually do hazardous waste pickup right from your home. So if that does go through, which it looks like that's going to go through, Brian?
We will bring it back to the council for the rates for next year, I think was where we left it.
Yeah. So we may want to generalize this, that hazardous, still put it in there, hazardous waste gets taken care of, but it doesn't have to be an event, a take-two. It could be a pickup. And the last item, again, I just hate to commit to this long-term. This is general plan, very, very long-term. On page 219, 711, it says retain city corporate yard within the city limits. With a lot of things that are now going on with grand jury and cutting costs, I don't think anything in the near term, but 10 or 20 years out, there could be a consolidation of multiple cities providing the maintenance type of facilities that the corporate yard provides. It could be county-wide. We may not have a corporate yard just from an overall cost structure. So based on organizations of consolidations or outsourcing, corporate yard could become a small kids soccer field or a community center. It may be something different. Again, long-term, I would hate to commit and say that we're going to retain a corporate yard for 20 or 30 years. And those are my thoughts.
Okay. Mr. Lewis?
No comments.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to speak on Section 8? Okay. Moving on, Section 9.
Section 9 is required by state law, and it tends to be very technical in nature. Noise control to protect land use compatibility, residential versus commercial compatibility, existing noise and future noise. That's it for me.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, any comments on 9?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ahmad?
None.
Mr. Grocott? Mr. Royce?
I'm going to be quiet on this one.
Evans? Okay, I have no comment either. Mr. Savay, what's next?
That's it.
We don't go over the EIR at all, or?
It's up to you. We can take your comments on the EIR. We're closing the public comment period for certain agencies today. It's already closed. So you can comment and we can try and accommodate your comments.
Okay. Does anyone have any comments on the environmental impact report?
Nope.
Hearing none. Is there anything else we have tonight, Mr. Weiss?
That would be sufficient, I believe. We're done.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would just, we are going to have plenty of opportunity to go back through this, but I did want to take 1 minute and thank the members of the General Plan Advisory Committee and staff. This is tremendous work. It's clear that there's been a lot of work and a lot of love put into this, and I just wanted to take time to acknowledge and appreciate what you guys have done.
Yeah, I think Mr. Ahmad and everyone else has said it. If they didn't say it, they would. Thankless job, absolutely thankless, and marvelous, Mr. Savay and your staff, everybody, and all the volunteers. I mean, I can't even imagine doing something like this, and you guys did it, so
Mr. Mayor.
really appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Grocott.
Perhaps what we should do is I think in October, we might adopt this, and maybe we do something a little special, a little reception or something, and have the committee come and that kind of thing. Just to show our
That's a good idea.
appreciation.
That's a good idea. I think we should, when we do adopt this, I think if it's not then, we should set up, if it's not at a meeting, we should set it up at a special time afterwards. Okay, any other comments? Okay, thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.